Jai Gurudev, everybody. Hello.
Jai Gurudev.
Welcome for all of you here and welcome to all of you online. There are always many people following. Welcome to today's program. Like every year, we will be going through everything that happened throughout this 2025.
Yes, it was an amazing year.
Yeah, so many things happened, and we will have all the sections with the highlights, videos to see where Paramahansa Vishwananda, Guruji went, and all of the events that happened in the environment and in the
whole world,
in the system of Bhakti Marga everywhere in the world. So for the ones of you who maybe don't know who we are, my name is Swami Akash.
I'm Swami Aniruddha.
We will be hosting you throughout this afternoon together until the end of the year. As we said, we will go back the entire year to see what happened. We're doing it right now in Sri Pita Nilaya. We are in Germany in the European headquarters of the mission Bhakti Marga. That is the mission of our Guru, our spiritual master, Paramahansa Vishwananda. And he is here, is somewhere there. He might be coming later on throughout the program. We don't know. We invited him. He might come and either sing or talk to all of us. Let's see what's happening. And before we go further and we tell you exactly what is going to happen today, we start with one of the essential elements of Bhakti Marga, that is devotional music. Yeah. So we have our musicians here, Jai Gurudev. And Bhairavi, you will be singing for us.
I will.
For
Jai Gurudev, Swami Akash.
God, yeah. What are you singing? Can you tell us what you will be singing and what's the meaning?
So I will be sharing a traditional Tamil bhajan. You want me to explain the meaning?
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
So in this bhajan, the devotee is asking the Guru for his grace. So he's saying to the Guru, "My Lord, I am tired. I am living in this world of misery and suffering, and I am tired. The misery has been created by the desires of my own mind. And they come, happiness and sadness, they come like waves on the ocean, and I am tired. Will you not grant me a small place at your lotus feet? Will you not place your most merciful hand on my head?" See, as devotees of Guruji, we don't ask for liberation. The highest for us is a small place at his lotus feet. And this is what this bhajan is asking for.
Kidaikkuma, abhaya karam Kidaikkuma, vili Kidaikkuma, abhaya karam Kidaikkuma, Gurunadan Sharanathil nilal Kidaikkuma, Gurunadan Sharanathil nilal Kidaikkuma, vili Kidaikkuma, abhaya karam Kidaikkuma. Shankara अभयकरं किडैकुमा गुरुनादन शरणத்தில் நிழல் கிடைக்குமா
Wow. What a beautiful prayer to start this session with. Grant us a small place at your lotus feet. For anybody who has just joined, we are here in Raya, in the headquarters of Bhakti Marga. And today we have the review of 2025, looking back with gratitude on this beautiful year and stepping forward together into the year 2026.
It's going to be an afternoon full of videos, music, speeches, memories, and we're going to enjoy a lot. We're all going to enjoy a lot. So maybe we show already now the schedule of what is going to happen today. So now at the beginning, we will just go through it, and then we can start watching the first videos, highlights. So our technical team that is doing a great job always will shortly put it on the screen. And as you can see, we will go through different sections, as we said, with the highlights videos of what happened. And then we have, for example, the entire 2025 in numbers. We will give different numbers of how many people Guruji Paramahansa Vishwananda met, how many events, how many times he spoke, what are the social media numbers. Then we will get some updates from Bhakti Marga India, that is doing a great job in India. Then we will talk about the Ari Bhakta Sampradaya. The book releases that we have, we will explain a little bit about the releases of this year. We will go on to something new that is happening since some time, that is the Bhakti Marga news section that we have in Bhakti Marga, the very loved program that we had this year, something that is happening and that happened. And then we'll talk about the saints section on Instagram. If you know, you know. If you don't, wait for that time and you will get to know what this beautiful initiative is and how it started and what it became. Then some of the videos that are part of Guruji's birthday, and during that day he was asking the people who follow him, his devotees, but also people that just follow him, to do a couple of things, and this is that video and that section. We will also recap the 20 years of Bhakti Marga, because now we are at 20 years of Bhakti Marga, so we invited two historical people who participated in the creation of Bhakti Marga, amongst with many others, but we just called these two, and we're going to have a conversation with them about these 20 years together with Guruji and with the entire Bhakti Marga community. It was also the same year of having 10 years of Just Love Festival, so we will call Aradhaka, who is going to explain to us what is going to happen next year for Just Love Festival. And because Guruji decided from this year to invest so much time, or rather more than in the past and more than in other countries, he invested time in America. We're going to call our brothers in America, and they're going to tell us what happened and how much they enjoyed the time that they had there and all the programs and how many lives Guruji touched when he was there. And we have, towards the end, a section that is going to be in memoriam of the people who left their body this year. And more specifically, it's going to be a section when we remember everyone, but there we're going to talk about the ones that are, I wouldn't say closer, but that impacted the most this year, that are going to be the ones that are close to Guruji in that sense. Yeah, you will see in that section, it will be much clearer. There's a very beautiful video. If I wasn't you, I would stay tuned until that moment, because we're going to have a very beautiful video to watch. And then there was a Mirabai theater play that happened, was presented to Guruji. It was filmed, put together, edited, and it will be presented live towards the end. until the moment that he finishes, and then we start to do kirtan live from the temple until midnight.
Exactly. And then the new year starts. And without further ado, I would say we jump straight into the view of the first video of the tour in South America.
Wow, it feels like a lifetime ago, and it was just 1 year.
It is a lifetime ago. With Guruji, 1 year is a lifetime.
Yeah, actually, So looking at the video, the virtual pilgrimage, well, he did the pilgrimage physically when he was in Peru, but it was also the virtual pilgrimage. And I remember I'm sitting here in Germany watching him, and there was an instance when he was sitting on that stone and he was meditating. It was such a mystical moment. Everybody stopped and started to meditate with him.
Yes, it is. It's also that country has something so deep and powerful.
Wow, nice. So we want to talk about numbers now, because I think sometimes we don't realize how many lives Guruji is impacting in everything that he does, in his service.
Yeah, I normally don't like numbers, but when I saw those numbers, it was nice because it's a form of celebrating to see that really many people are being touched, and that is the main point.
So we have some graphics to show you, and we can start with the amount of countries that Guruji visited. And he went to 17 countries. It's a lot of countries. And
This year.
when it goes to, well, yes, for sure, it's the review of 2025. In general, I think Guruji went to almost all the countries that are there. He went to 17 countries. There are a lot of countries. Yeah, and he just didn't pass by the border, you know, with the car when you're crossing from one country to the other. He actually goes there, meets the people, does programs, spends a lot of time and a lot of energies and service to meet and talk to all these people.
That's the most amazing thing is he's not just giving darshan and having official program, but he really goes to people. He goes to people's home, he meets people, he interacts with people.
Yeah. And now let's see how many darshans Guruji did. 39. It's a lot. It's a lot because they're full darshans. And again, we don't have to think at just events that are happening in the same place and they are just a couple of hours. Some of these darshans were like more than 10 hours. It's impressive. 39 is an impressive number. And also what's very important to understand is that he's been doing this for decades.
Yes, yes. If you calculate, it's like
crazy.
more than 3 darshans per month.
It's crazy. And he keeps going. He never stops. He's always doing it. He says he wants to do less and then he ends up doing more almost the next year. And so let's look at how many people received darshan. That's also a nice number to see. 28,000 people. Wow. Yes. We can clap. It's a lot. It's really a lot of people to bless, to meet, to interact with. And again, to remember, it's not just you go for darshan, he looks at you, and after 2 seconds you go away. No. Go for darshan, blesses you, he speaks to you, he remembers you. And there's a full interaction. There's this beauty of the personal relationship with the Guru.
Yeah, and what happens inside, we never have to forget, because that's the greatest magic. Because it's not the moment, there's the after effect. You all know the after effect, don't we?
Okay. And how many of those people received darshan for the first time? Yeah. So 28,000 received darshan and 16,000 of them got darshan for the first time. Yeah. It's a very high number. Yes. And this was just in 1 year. So imagine that love and service mentality that Guruji has to go and really find everybody. Because as we've seen, he travels the world because many of these people, these newcomers, many of us are not able to come and meet him in Germany.
And it's also an applause to all the devotees who always share their love with the people to bring so many new people to Guruji so that they also can enjoy and receive his grace and his love. A round of applause.
Nice. So true, so true. And going away from darshans, let's look at something that Guruji has been doing a lot since some years, and we all love that part of his life, that he's the way he can personally write to all of us. Yeah. So Guruji has his own Twitter account, X account, and he posted this year only 265 tweets. It's impressive. And for the ones of you who maybe don't know, or you wonder, none of us have access to his Tweets account. He's the only one who has access. He's the only one who is writing these things. It's all coming from him. Whenever he wants, during the day, he takes the time, writes it down, and then he posts it for everybody in the world so that everybody can read that wisdom.
And the depth of Guruji and of his thought, for me, comes only across in the tweets, or mostly across in the tweets, because he says things which, even if you stay with him the whole day, sometimes you don't hear. But when he writes it, it's like the words, they are written, and who gets it, gets it. If I speak with people, sometimes it's just a waste of time, because some people just don't get what he's saying, right?
Yeah, and we thought maybe, Swami Aniruddha, do you have your favorite tweet?
I have many favorite tweets, but I chose one, and it's just a small excerpt of it, where he speaks about the Sadguru, about who the Guru really is, because it's really difficult to fathom the Guru. And in one of the tweets he says, "The burning of the heart in love is the manifestation of the Sadguru. And it's the reason he comes to experience the sweetness of every Atma. The burning of the heart in longing is his very own self, and it is the reason he incarnates. Deep within us is an endless reservoir of love. Its movement is through the fire of longing." I love this tweet because it's really that burning in the heart, that is what the Guru is. That burning for God, that's why he comes, and that's something I can very much relate to.
And I like a lot of his tweets. They're super nice, but I knew you chose that one, so I didn't want to go on the same topic, so I chose something that was going somewhere else, but of course related. And at the end of one of his tweets, Guruji said, "Don't ask for outside situations to change. That won't really help you in the long run. Ask for inner transformation so that your life can be illuminated from the inside out. In this way, you're asking for the Shakti of the Atma, Atma Kriya Yoga, to manifest in your being fully."
Wow, nice.
Yeah, and that's why I love Guruji. Is so real. He's not just gonna throw some random words and some sugar. He says, "Yeah, your life is great. You know, it's fine. Just see positive." He says, "No, don't try to change the outside. Change inside, and everything will change." Love it.
And how we can transform the inside comes again back to another number which we wanted to share, is the Guru Vakya, the word of the Guru. He keeps on repeating how important it is to listen to his satsangs, and he made this year, he has given over 133 satsangs. We have social media views on all the different platforms. There was about how many views? 19,700,000 views.
Yeah.
So obviously social media is a great tool to share Guruji's message, Guruji's love. People we prayed for, or Guruji prayed for, like yesterday we had the last prayer of the world. How many people, you think? 209,000 people who were personally mentioned during the prayer, during the world prayer. Everybody can send in the names of the people they want to be prayed for, and during the prayer every name is literally mentioned in that prayer. Then we did a lot of Satyanarayana pujas this year, which are a really beautiful prayer.
Yeah, and many people ask, why? Why did we do so many Satyanarayana pujas? Very specific ritual.
When we asked Gurudev about why he is doing so many Satyanarayana pujas, he said basically, to come together, to sing and to pray. That's the whole reason, what he gave us, why he is doing a lot of Satyanarayana pujas, to come together, to pray and to sing. Because Satyanarayana Puja is a celebration where we all come together, family and friends, and we venerate the different aspects of the Supreme. People cook prasad, people make garlands, everybody gets involved, and it's a really beautiful family gathering almost. Family, I mean big family gathering.
Yeah, it's also important to know that Guruji is not doing this in the countries where he goes, or he's just telling people to do it. Like, he does it in his own house, in his own place, in his own temple. Once a month at least he's doing Satyanarayana Puja there, and he's doing exactly what he said. He gathers people, we sing, we pray.
And we used that when, for example, when we traveled around, we did that also in many places at home, and it was really amazing to see how the energy changes and how it brings together people. So I would recommend it for every country and for everybody who wants to also start doing prayers together. If it's Satyanarayana Puja or other prayers.
So this section was about the numbers. Of course, when we see the numbers, they're just very cold in a way. They're impressive, but they just look like numbers. But we have to think that behind every number that we saw, there were actually people. Yeah, so that's one of the most beautiful things that Guruji does. And according to what he himself says, the greatest miracle for him is to see how people change. And it's so beautiful to see how he acts as that agent to spark that change in people. And he does it with all of these different elements that we have seen in these statistics. Yeah, with social media, darshans, satsangs, interviews, podcasts, tweets. There's so many things that he does, and they're always to serve all of us.
And always to encourage us to love God more and to increase that longing for Him.
And so, given that we keep saying Guruji is traveling a lot, let's see what happened when he went to India. awesome time in India.
Crazy.
I remember some of these moments because, again, Guruji is such a technological guru also for the tweets, etc. But, you know, we said it many years ago, but he's the only one that is doing virtual pilgrimages. Yeah, he's doing pilgrimages physically, goes around with everybody, and at the same time, he just has a crew with all the cameras that follows him, and we go through all these places, and he's going everywhere in the world,
To
basically.
capture those pictures, it's priceless.
Yeah, it's so good. Okay, and given that we've spoken and we've seen about what Guruji was doing in India, let's connect directly with India. We should see them. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Rishika, Hiranmayi. How are you?
Good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good. We're good. What's happening there?
All is good. There's celebrations in the temple. Celebrations all night happening here.
Big party in Vrindavan.
Big party in Vrindavan. Every day is
Nice.
actually a big party in Vrindavan.
Makes sense. Looking
It's
back.
a Tuesday night and it's mad.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, day and night, it's always party there. So, Rishika, we wanted to ask you, when you look back at 2025, what were some of the main highlights and projects in Bhakti Marga India?
I think if I look back, it was super amazing to see how inspired all of the people, all of the Indian residents were. And I think that really came from Guruji doing the pilgrimage last year in Pandharpur. And so everybody felt a huge feeling of love and a sense of belonging. And this basically wanted everybody to get involved more. And so you saw it from Darshan in Surat with 1,500 people. You saw it when Guruji's birthday, everybody wanted events in their states. Everybody wanted to be part of it. And then for Guru Purnima, we had our first bandara here where we catered for it. All of the devotees came, helped, served. That was really amazing. And that was something that I think Guruji really wanted for a long time for us and was waiting for us to be able to get to the point that we could really have the capacity to do that and to take care of the saints and feed the sadhus. And it was a really special moment for all of us to do together. And a few other things that come to mind is how Guruji really opened up the doors so much for many different contacts, many different saints that invited us, that invited Swamini Vishamohini from a saint called Ma Maneze. She was from the School of Ancient Wisdom in Bangalore. And Swamini went to represent Guruji. And there was another very beautiful saint, Dr. Sri Rangunath Das Maharaj. He actually came here to the ashram. And it was just such an incredible pleasure to have him because you could feel all of his devotees came as well. And you could feel the Guru Bhakti that they had for him. You know, we understand it because we have it for Guruji. So when you see it with other devotees, it's so incredibly sweet. And he himself invited the Hiranmayi and the rest of the Kirtan singers to Tamil Nadu, which they just did a program now, which was really amazing that they're inviting us to events. And there was, let's see, there was also Chinna Jaya Swami. I think you guys also met him in Springen before.
Yeah, we met
But
him.
Yeah, he was in
came-
Germany.
Exactly. So Swamini went with also some devotees and he showed her around the ashram and of course to see the Statue of Equality, which was really incredible as well and a huge honor. And then there is an organization called Bharatiya Santa Mahaprashad, and they wanted Guruji himself to come and to represent, but he was not able to, and so he asked Swamini to go. And it was basically a bunch of world leaders, very famous world leaders that came. And so really an amazing platform that Guruji has put us on this year in order to get into contacts with many amazing saints and sadhus. And I just saw the picture there.
Yeah, we
In-
have been showing all the pictures. It looks
Yeah.
like it was a very busy year for all of you.
It was a busy year, a super amazing year. We did in Puttaparthi, there was Atma Kriya yoga course where we thought originally there would be about 13 people that came. And in the end, there were 50 people. And I was telling them, like, please, you have to stop. Like, that's our limit. We can't get any more. And it was actually the 100th year of Swami, of Baba. So it was really amazing how Guruji organized and orchestrated so much grace of the masters and the saints. And yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I remember every time I wrote to you for some of the projects we had, you were just busy so much. Just, wait, I'm in the Himalayas, I'm climbing something. I write to you in 2 hours. Nice, wow. And I know you've been also very busy in India with charity projects. I've seen all of your activities and also from the others.
Yes, it's really important because you live in an environment where you see so many people struggling. And so many of the saints of Vrindavan also, now it's winter, they're super cold. You see how they sleep on the streets like that. So we have different projects where we give blankets. We also offer medical seva to different sadhus. And then there's Mahamatria Dasi. She's in Delhi. Many years ago, we got involved with Givers for a Cause. And this is the project that she does in Ames. It's one of the biggest hospitals here. And so the same, last week we handed out blankets to the kids because you have actually families that come from all over India and they have to sometimes wait 1 year to see a doctor living on the streets. And it's terribly sad to see the conditions that people live in.
Yeah, it's a tough life there.
Yeah, it's really not easy.
Thank you very much, Hiranmayi, from
Thank you.
Vrindavan.
Thank you. Yeah.
And say hello to everybody there.
I will. And back to everybody there. Have a wonderful year.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
great
much.
celebration and thanks for your efforts. Thanks.
Take care, Deb.
Keep it up. We have also Jatilananda should be here also from Pandharpur. Give us an update in Pandharpur where the new ashram is being constructed. Jatila, are you there? Oh, the whole Sangha.
Wow, you have a full crew behind.
Wow.
What's going
This
on?
looks almost intimidating. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Very good, very good.
Nice to see you.
So give us an update. How is it? How is the project in Pandharpur going?
It's going well. So, like you guys must have heard Guruji announcing during the Gurugita in Bali that the construction finally begun after 4 years of waiting and paperwork and this and that, running from one office to the other. But it's finally begun. It's been 2 months now, and it's full swing. We are at the moment constructing the foundation for all the 9 buildings. And we have our men here that Guruji has sent also to help us. One Mataji as well. And yeah, it's going on full swing. We have about 50 laborers living on site, 4 engineers living on site, all of us here. So we're having a nice party as well.
It looks great. It looks great. What are the plans for 2026? What are the main plans for 2026?
So mainly we are targeting to finish the foundation work for all 9 buildings by May, before Guruji's birthday, so that we can plant 108 more trees on his birthday, like we did last year. And if you see in the images, those are some of the 3D renders getting ready also of how the ashram is going to look like. So it's still going to take about 18 months. Our target is this time in 2027 to complete the ashram. So hopefully the inauguration will also be then. Let's see what Guruji says.
Wow.
And also we are going to receive the deities already in January. Rukmini and Viṭṭhala that are being carved by Arun Yogiraj, so who made Ramlala in Ayodhya, and the other deities by March. So they're going to be here watching the home being built.
Very nice.
Cool. I remember you've been working on this for such a long time. Jatila, we were looking at your 3D modeling of the ashram years ago. Wow, it's such a journey. Such a journey.
I'm happy for you. At the same time, a little bit sad because we had nice travels through India looking for saints. Now you are so busy with the ashram, but it's also good. Anything which stands out the last year for you? Anything which you would like to mention, particularly before the year ends?
One thing that did stand out was the Vari that took place, that takes place every year. So this year there was 28 million people in Pandharpur. You can imagine the scale of that, or can't imagine that. And amongst this 28 million people, myself and Madhu, because we were the only ones here, thought of going for parikrama, which usually takes 30 to 45 minutes. But that day it took us 6 hours to go around the temple.
Wow. Wow. So for anybody who doesn't know what he's talking, the Vadi is the pilgrimage they do with the padukas of Ganeshwar and Tukaram going to Pandharpur from Alandi and Dehu. And there's like 8 million people walking through the streets, singing and dancing. And like Jatila was just saying, they wanted to do...
There was 28 million people.
28 millions! Oh my God.
A little bit more than what you were saying, Aniruddha. Just 20 million more.
And they walked for 21 days. But what was beautiful, when we were in this parikrama, initially we thought it's going to be chaos. But both Madhu and myself, when we were among these Varkaris, you could see the simplicity, the smile, the happiness in all of them. And Guruji called in that moment, and we were showing him around as well. And he said, this is why viṭṭhala comes to these people. Because of their simplicity and their love for viṭṭhala. It's like so pure. They walk for 21 days without knowing where they're going to sleep, where they're going to eat. And they just walk. And only out of those 28 million people, only 100,000 people get darshan of viṭṭhala on that one day. The rest of them bow down outside the temple, look at the colors of the Gopuram, and bow down right there and return back home.
Wow.
Wow.
It's amazing. We're actually planning something in this summer probably to go from Shri Viṭṭhala Dam in the city next to it to Raya. Let's see if we get a few million.
Thank you.
I hope you do.
Thank you, Jatila. Thank you, everybody there. We wish you a great end of the year.
Jai Gurudev.
And enjoy your seva there. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And because we're watching the video and we've seen how Guruji in India did this Ashtavinayaka pilgrimage where he is a big fan of Ganesh.
Yes.
Guruji. And just very briefly, so that then we have a beautiful bhajan about it. We have a new temple for Ganesh here.
Yes. Guruji was actually looking at the TV series of Ganesha. It goes like typical TV series in India. They are like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes. And Guruji is just absorbing and diving into it. And someday he passed by up next to the Kali temple, actually on the tree where also Mother Kali appeared many, many years back when she asked to have a temple there. And suddenly he saw the Ganesh in the tree, and well, anybody who has been here can very clearly see the Ganesha, and now a temple was built around, and once we put the alankar, the jewelry, the crown, it's becoming very, very obvious, and now it's worshipped by grihastas from the village. It's very beautiful. The Ashtavinayaka also came from India, from the pilgrimage. So we have now a Ganesha mandir also here in the ashram.
And so in the vibe of Ganesh, we have Rishi Radhika is going to sing a Ganesh bhajan dedicated to Ganesh. Can you explain to us maybe what it is about?
Yes, it's a very special one because it's a poem from Tukaram came from Udaipur. And there is one abhanga, one poem from Tukaram, praising Ganesh.
Perfect transition.
And yes, and especially in the end of the bhajan, he says, by chanting that one name, and then he says, viṭṭhala Ganapathi, you realize that there is no other than him. Because for Saint Tukaram, everybody is Ganapathi, and he loves Ganesh, he worships Ganesh, because he knows Ganesh is his viṭṭhala. That's the beauty of Tukaram Maharaj.
Nice.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
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 Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho. Raja Ganapati Raya ho,
Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Payancha Gunu Guru Bhajati, Nachata Ale Ganapati Ganapati
Raja Ganapati Raya ho,
Let's just sing to
Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Payancha Gunu Guru Bhajati, Nachata Ale Ganapati Ganapati.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Oh Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Riddhi Siddhi Todhata, Ghoda Vigna Nivarita Nivarita.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Riddhi Siddhi Todhata, Ghoda Vigna Nivarita Nivarita.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Oh Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Gauri Harancha Kumara, Jancha Nama Lambodara Lambodara.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Gauri Harancha Kumara, Jancha Nama Lambodara Lambodara.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Oh Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
तुका मने एक जा पाई विट्ठल गणपति तुझ नहीं
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
तुका मने एक जा पाई विट्ठल गणपति तुझ नहीं
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
ओ राजा गणपति राया हो महाराज गणपति राया हो राजा गणपति राया हो महाराज गणपति
Raya ho.
ओ राजा गणपति राया हो महाराज गणपति राया हो
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
ओ गणपति 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 राया हो
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
गणपति 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 राया हो
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
गणपति 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 राया हो
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
ओ गणपति 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 राया हो
Raja Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho.
ओ गणपति 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 together गणपति 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 Ganapati Raya ho, Maharaja Ganapati Raya ho, Ashta Siddhi Vinayaka Murti ki Jai.
Thank you very much. Very, very nice. It's really nice how you said in the end, for Tukaram, everything was viṭṭhala. And that brings us to our next topic, which is the Hari Bhakta Sampradaya, which is the tradition which we follow, the tradition for the lovers of God, of Sri Hari. And Sri Hari is the ultimate in which everything is included. We have here Rishi Vishwaparva, Rishi Sahadev, and Myron, who were greatly involved in the creation of the Tadatmya Vedanta, which is the philosophy of the Hari Bhakta Sampradaya. Especially Myron, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Welcome. I remember when the whole thing started, I remember we were in the lobby, at least that was the time I remember you approached Guruji and you were like, speaking about how we can make a Vedanta, like concluding and collecting all the teachings of Guruji and putting them in one concise teaching, the Tadatmya Vedanta. And in the beginning, when you approached Guruji with that, I remember I was scared. Yeah. So what was the main impulse, the main reason to approach Gurudev for this big project, this beautiful project?
See, I think there was some legitimate questions asked when the whole concept of the Siddhanta came up and the Vedanta came up, because people were saying, look, Guruji's still in the body, why are you making a Siddhanta? He's still giving satsangs, why are you making a Siddhanta? Siddhanta means conclusion, and Guruji's still talking, so why are you making a conclusion? And I think we have to understand, Guruji in 2021, I think correct, he announced the Hari Bhakta Sampradaya. Yeah. And the thing is, what I think we all need to understand is that Sampradaya assumes Siddhanta.
Absolutely.
Right? If you have a Sampradaya, there must be a Siddhanta. And so when people sometimes say, oh, Myron, the knowledge team, and Swami Akash and all of us, you wrote the Tadatmya. No. We just pulled out the skeletal principles of the satsangs of Guruji, which have been present for 20 years, and consolidated it into a system.
Exactly.
That's a very important point you're making, Myron. It's not that Guruji changed throughout time. Actually, it's consistently saying the same thing in different ways to different audiences with different words, but it's exactly that, the core of his teaching. That's why we could come out with the Siddhanta.
So we have times where Guruji was really the Vakari saints, he's emphasizing. Now recently, the Sikh gurus and the teachings, but the fundamental principles have always been there. And so when he announced the Sampradaya, in my mind, I'm thinking, Siddhanta is already there. It's already there. We just need to pull it out. That's it. And I think that's what the task has been.
Absolutely. And it is, I'm very happy for this effort which was done to consolidate all the teachings of Paramahamsa Vishwananda, because as he is so universal and speaking to so many people in so many different ways and collecting all those different traditions and saints, bringing them together and extracting really like a Paramahamsa, the essence of it, the love for God. Sometimes it could have been confusing because you hear something and then you hear something else and it might be even contradicting. But with this effort, having dived into all the teachings of Paramahamsa Vishwananda, we could bring it together in such a structured and also logical way that it all makes sense and we could understand better, firstly, the teachings of Paramahamsa Vishwananda, secondly, our path, and with that also go deeper into the spiritual path and the teachings. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you for pushing also, Myron.
Yes.
Is that only coming from Myron for everybody to know? It was something Guruji asked us to do already before, and Myron was just the one
instrument.
Who was pushing more. And it's nice to see the three of you sitting here, because the day you went to Guruji, we were in the dining hall. It was you speaking about this. I happened to be there, and Guruji called these two red people here, these two rishis, that at the time they were not, and asked them and asked all of us to collaborate together. And so Rishi Vrishaparva, you have been fundamental in collecting all the information and all of the philosophies and all the things that we can find in the Tadatmya Vedanta. So I wanted to ask you, maybe you can explain to all of us. Guruji, as Myra was saying, speaks about the Sikh gurus, speaks about other traditions, yeah, that sometimes even clash with what we believe in, that are in India, but he also travels to Peru, he goes to around in Europe. So it looks like he's just moving around and he's talking about things that are somehow feels like not part of his teachings. And so how can we put together all this diversity into that unity of Tadatmya Vedanta and the Arya Bhakta Sampradaya?
Yes, so it's true when he goes to Peru, to Bali, it's a very different style, because there you have the worship of nature. The river, the lake, the water, the fire, the elements. And this is a very close way to, let's say, what was done in the Vedic time also. So this you will not see so much in the Siddhanta, I don't know. In Tadatmya you will not see that. But it's like part of the story, how Hinduism came about. And in Bali, in Peru, we can see this very old, let's say, form of what was Hinduism at some time. Especially in Bali. In Bali, they still have a very close Hindu link. In Peru, it's less obvious, but still the main principles are there. And so when you went to these places, I really enjoy a lot to see how Guruji make this connection between Hinduism, the Vedic tradition, and places like that, like the Machu Picchu. So it's very nice to see. And now, let's say with the Sikh tradition. So this is very, very close to the Hari Bhakta Sampradaya. Because if we look, Guruji sings a lot of Shabad. And Shabad, they are the teachings of the Gurus. But what the Sikh did, and it was mainly Guru Arjan and then Guru Govind Singh who did that in the last stage, is to use the teaching of the Guru, but also to bring a lot of Hindu saints, even some Sufi. So you have Kabir in the Guru Granth Sahib, the scripture of the Sikh, where all the Shabad that Guruji sings come from. You have Kabir, you will have Namdev, you will have Soldas. He has also one verse there. Dana, we had a play on him during Guruji's birthday. So Dana is there, Trilochan, so many saints. And I was thinking about that. And we see what the Guru did of the Sikh tradition is somehow very similar to what Guruji is doing now. They have the main teaching of Guru Nanak, but then they bring also all the saints in one book, one tradition, who then became the Guru, which is the Guru Granth Sahib. And so for me, it's not surprising that Guruji liked it so much, because it's so close to us. All about the saints, the name of the Lord, and the Guru, the grace of the Guru. So very close.
Yeah, it speaks mainly about the love for God. Guru Bhakti is one of the main themes that you need a spiritual master, a true master, to reach the final goal. But it's always about love for God. In the end, it's always love for God, Tadatmya, unity which permits diversity. But it's a union, but still there is the lover and the beloved. And so this love relationship, this path from the mind to the heart, is 40 centimeters, which Guruji teaches. Rishi Sahadev, how is it mainly explained in Guruji's teaching and therefore in the Tadatmya Vedanta? What are the means to get to this goal, to reach this unity with God, this love relationship with God? If you could elaborate a little bit on that for the people who don't know about the Tadatmya Vedanta.
It's so interesting because we talk about the spiritual path. We talk about Bhakti Marga, and Marga means path. So when we think of a path, we usually think of a long journey from one place, let's say from here, from Germany, to the Himalayas, many, many, many thousand kilometers. And the paradox on the spiritual path is that it's not an external journey where I travel with my body, with my senses somewhere, but you have to travel inside of your own being. So it's an inward journey. And so is it really a journey? Because you're not traveling anywhere. And for me, this is one of these mysteries. Also, Guruji says that many times, that when the saints, they realize themselves, they laugh. Because they realize that God was always with them. This love was always there. You just don't see it. I used to have a friend, actually, and he was a very funny guy. And sometimes he would look for his glasses, but he was actually wearing them. Yeah, it's a true story. And
I think we all do that.
I think
that's what
it's a
what I was
classic,
saying.
yeah.
You know, we think love, divine love, is very far away. God is very, very far away, but Guruji continuously reminds us that He's actually inside of us. He's the core of our own being. But then the question is, why do we not experience that? And this is where the journey comes in. This is where the practice comes in. This is where what we call sadhana comes in. Right, Mayur?
Yeah.
It's a different discussion. And so, something Guruji always continuously reminds us is to chant the divine name. In particular, the mantra Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha, which connects us to the Lord inside of ourselves, to the one who lives everywhere, who is in control of everything. Yeah. So chanting of japa is very important, and also listening continuously to the satsang of Guruji. Yeah, he says that that in itself is a spiritual practice. When you really listen to what he's saying, and not just listen superficially, but really try to reflect on it. Yeah. And also we have beautiful sadhana in Bhakti Marga, such as Atma Kriya Yoga. I'm sure there will be a present segment on the Soul Awakening program.
There will be, yeah.
Which will be taking place in June. And yeah, it's a journey, but often us thinking that God is so far away, that love is so far away, actually stops us from perceiving what is already there. Even Guruji says when you come for darshan, it might feel like he's giving you something, but actually he's removing something which is stopping you from perceiving the divinity that is already there.
Nice. And maybe Myron, you want to say something? It sounded personal. Whatever happened between you two earlier looked personal.
There's some tension here, but we'll put it to one side. And, yeah, I was in Bali with Guruji in Bali just recently, and the discussion was talking about how dogmatic and narrow-minded some traditions, religious organizations can get. And then Guruji said to me, he said, you know, I love my devotees. You know why? Because they don't have this heavy dogma. They don't have this narrow-mindedness and this judgment that so many other places may have. I love my devotees. And he said, but they must know the Tadatmaya. They must know the Tadatmaya. So while he was, like, you know, you said in your lecture before, Guruji sometimes downplays knowledge and says, you know, how it becomes a burden of judgment. But he said the devotees, they must know Tadatmaya. I get in the Gurugita, he said, do you know the Tadatmaya? Have you learnt the Tadatmaya Vedanta? And then in Romania, he said, have you not read the Tadatmaya Vedanta? And then in Mauritius, this is Tadatmaya. You've all read this, haven't you? My point is, Tadatmaya Vedanta, this Siddhanta, is not just for those nice scholars who are very expert and have a very niche understanding. It's literally for every single devotee, because it's the foundation of how we catch Guruji's satsangs. And if we understand Guruji's satsangs recently, his satsangs are the epicenter and the absolute jewel of the entirety of Bhakti Marga, right? And whether it's the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, life itself, the Siddhanta is the lens by which we can understand everything. So Tadatmaya Vedanta is not for these swamis and rishis and so on. It's literally for every single devotee, and Guruji is emphasizing it over and over and over again.
Yes, it's absolutely like we said before. It consolidates all the teachings of Paramahamsa Vishwananda in a very clear structure so that everybody can understand better his teachings. And just to conclude on Sahadev's statement. The path is Bhakti, love for God, Bhakti Yoga, Sharanagati, full surrender to God. And that happens through different spiritual practices, sadhanas, which the main is the chanting of God's name, mainly the mantra Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha, which God himself, viṭṭhala himself, has given Paramahamsa Vishwananda a few years back, so that everybody can dive deeper into this love relationship with God.
Yes, and to complement with what you were saying, is not only for devotees, so don't feel like you have to learn Taratmya Vedanta only if you're a devotee, but it's for everybody. Anybody who wants to know about Paramahamsa Vishwananda's view, his philosophy, his conclusion, and how he sees reality, and therefore how we see it. So that's an invite for everybody, and that's why in this section we talk about the books that were released this year, and one of them was Taratmya Vedanta. Rishabharva, you should have them there. They told me they're there. Yes. Yeah. So this is Taratmya Vedanta book for whoever wants to have it. Is available on the Bhakti shop. There are the links in the description to this video, and it's also available as an ebook. So you can read it there. You're a great stand. and the next.
Besides the Taratmya book, we have some other beautiful books which have been released. For example, one is the Back to Ayodhya book, written by Myron himself. It's a continuation of the Avatars of the Master, which was a book which led through the Dashavatars up till Rama, shortly before Rama, and connecting it with the relationship with the Sadguru. And I think Back to Ayodhya was Rama who needed a special place, so maybe you can shortly introduce Back to Ayodhya, what it was about and what was the inspiration.
So I would say Avatars of the Master, like you said, and Back to Ayodhya, even Hypocrite Within. I always try and write with this understanding. Like we say in the Gurugita, Guru Param Devatam, the Guru is the supreme deity. And I think by entering the field of Guruji, the Vigraha of Sri Hari, the form of Sri Hari becomes real, right? That's, I think, how we all understand this path. It is only by entering through Guruji that God becomes real. And so what I'm always keen to do is when I read the Ramayana, where it's Mahabharata or Bhagavatam, yes, these leelas are going on, but the dynamic that is unfolding in these leelas is literally happening now because Guruji is in our life. And I'm constantly almost crippled, overwhelmed by the immanence of God in our life because of Guruji. Like, God is real. The possibility of attaining God is real. Ayodhya is not a myth. It is here in Frankfurt, Germany, in the cold snow, in this remote village in Springen. Ayodhya is here. He said that just now in the Ramacharita-manas. Ayodhya is here. It pervades this reality. And I think as much as I can when I write these books, I feel like there is a reckoning for all of us as devotees that if the Guru is there and he's said categorically God can be attained, and you are here and you are living and Ayodhya is possible, then Ayodhya must be realized. And so I would say for me, this is the kind of primary motivation as to why I wrote the book.
Wow. It's so nice because writing books is not easy at all, but you're such a passionate person, especially on this topic. So I think they flow through, but I know how much time you actually spend. So actually, thank you, because they're really a help for all of us on the path, and they're very nice. They're all just very nice. And the other book that was released recently was the Navaratri book on Ma that we did, on the Divine Mother. And maybe just briefly, given that you two rishis are so involved in the creation of books in the department, you spend so much time, what's your process? Like, you spend months sometimes to think and research and rewrite. How is it to be so much involved? Maybe Rishabharva, if you want to start, and then Sadev, just briefly.
Yeah, I think in the department we have a very good, let's say, collaboration, because none of us do the same thing. For me, I like to research, I like to read the scriptures, I like to find verses, I like to find concepts, I like philosophy, all these things. So normally I'm more doing the very base of the book. I'm not a very good English speaker, not a very good English writer, so I don't do this part. But I just write the content and everything. And then normally Sahadev come, and I trust him a lot on that because somehow we work a lot together, that he will understand how I wrote the things, and then he make it nice. Somehow he makes it. And so that's how it comes. And all the book, no, it's true.
It's true, yeah. He's not lying.
Swami Akash, he knows
I'm
like
just
how,
saying,
that's how we do.
That's the truth.
And yeah, and that was like that for all the books we did. And you will see more coming very soon. It was the same process.
Nice.
So yeah.
Sadev, how is it for you, just shortly?
Yeah. I mean, on the spiritual path, people often use, especially in SPN and ashrams, people often use this word process. So I try not to use this word. But it's definitely a very interesting experience when you're working on a book, whether you're writing a draft or you're rewriting chapters, whatever, because you really have to dive into a topic. You really have to immerse yourself. So each book that you work on, it becomes part of you, and part of you is infused into it. Yeah. For instance, when Guruji, why does Guruji so often talk about the saints and to read the saints' life? Because a part of themselves is infused in that. Yeah, and even Guruji says when he paints a picture, a painting, he infuses himself into that. So the book becomes part of you, and something of yourself flows into that, and it changes you. It's really a meditation of sort, because you have to really put it so deep into yourself.
Wow, beautiful. Well, thank you for the service of all of you. It's so helpful for everybody. And given that the more we talk about it, the more we realize how established Paramahansa Vishwananda's mission is, how Bhakti Marga is really bringing forth all these values of Sanatana Dharma, Hinduism. I think that's the best moment to actually transition into talking about Bhakti Marga as a recognized organization.
Yeah, it's somehow funny because Hinduism, as many of you might know, is actually Sanatana Dharma, the eternal law, the eternal religion. It is not founded by somebody. It is just that law. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to everybody. And it contains all the wisdom. And I see that Paramahamsa Vishwananda is over and over again stressing the unity of Hindus or Sanatan. Because we see even in Sanatana Dharma, as much as it is respectful towards other traditions, because the truth can be spoken of in many ways, there is a lot of separation, a lot of segregation, which makes the whole thing quite weak, instead of connecting on points where we have the same viewpoint towards God, relationship with God, the purpose of life, to become a better human being, to realize your true self, to realize your relationship with God. Instead of connecting on those points and helping more and more people to also come to that conclusion, we sometimes separate. And it's really beautiful to see how Paramahamsa Vishwananda, through the Haribhakta Sampradaya, through all the efforts, through the devotees, tries to unite this world or be part of the unity. And it's part of this effort to become also a recognized religion on a material level.
Yeah, that's why Bhakti Marga is preparing to apply for official recognition in Germany as a public law corporation, which means legal recognition as a lasting spiritual community on the same level as churches. And the question might be, why does it matter? And it's because it helps protect our temples, our events, our education, and the mission for the long term. And it shows clearly Bhakti Marga is here to stay. To make this possible, though, we need the support of all of you, and not just you sitting here, but also the ones of you who are at home. There is one key requirement, that is having as many registered members as possible. And every person counts. Who can register? Is also a question, and anyone who feels connected can register. There's no cost, no obligation, just a simple sign of belonging to all of this. All nationalities count, that's also very important, so not only in Germany, but from everywhere in the world, wherever you are. So please register and encourage others to do the same. The registration takes just 2 minutes using the QR code that you will find around here at the ashram or at the link in the description of this video and the QR code you see on the screen. And if you participate, we're really happy and really thankful for you being part of this important step. That is a great step for today and for all the generations to come.
Yada yada hidarmasya glanirpavati bharata aputya namadharmasya datatmanam shrijamyaham. The famous verse of the Bhagavad Gita where Lord Krishna says, He's here to uphold Dharma, the righteous way of living. That is what Sanatana Dharma is about. And that's what Paramahamsa Vishwananda and all the saints and sadhus are here about. And if you feel any connection to this righteous path of living, be it Bhakti Marga, be it Hinduism, to the ideals which lie behind, supporting this effort is really making a difference to bring goodness to the world. Like it said, it's free of cost, it's free of obligations. A simple signature will bring us a long way. So thank you in advance to everybody.
Thank you for the help, and thank you guys, you three, for participating. And let's go and watch the rewind of another highlight of what happened in 2025. It's always so impressive to see how many things Guruji manages to do in such a short amount of time.
Absolutely crazy.
So many people, so many rituals, so many events. Incredible. And given that in the earlier part of our talk we were saying and mentioning all the statistics and all the numbers of how much Paramahansa Vishwananda was doing, we have here with us Rishi Maranimadas. Jai Gurudev, welcome. You're here with us because you are in charge of a very, very important and beautiful initiative and project that happened this year in Bhakti Marga that is about the news, basically, what's happening in the world of Bhakti Marga. Because I guess you can explain to us, how did this happen? How did somebody come up, and how did it happen that we started to share more and more what's happening around the world?
So when I was approached to be the project manager of this beautiful project, I was very happy, because some years back I was in a dining hall and talking, and somehow we end up, we have actually no idea what is happening in the countries. If you're not really involved, if you don't watch Instagram, if you don't, let's say, really dive in, go into country channels, you're not really much aware what is happening.
It's such a big mission, right? Like,
Yeah.
so many things are happening.
And somehow it can happen, you lose contact. You just see your own bubble, you see, okay, your Sangha around, but actually you want to know what is happening beyond your border. And so funny enough, then later on, many more international projects have been rolled out. And then Guruji, he wanted very much that the news is one of the first one, which is really to be launched as soon as possible. Yeah. And so, because he was saying, I want that the devotees know what is happening in the other countries. Because we can connect. We always say Bhakti Marga family, but actually, do we really see what is happening? And so, yeah, this is how it started.
I think it's very beautiful, like you said, to know what's going on in different countries, because together we just can achieve much more than individually. And like you say, even in the ashram, you can be in your bubble, in your country, and sometimes things might even seem to stagnate or not move much, but then you see how worldwide everybody's effort matters and brings something ahead. And the news, I think, help in a very great way. How do the news, how are they being shared? What are the main platforms, how they're being shared?
So at the beginning, we started to go crazily big. Okay, we need immediately big
newspaper.
Yes. It has to be one page and so many sections. We need news reporters around the world. I've contacting like a company in India and like a news company. They are working with big other news companies to give us certain tools. But then we realized, okay, we need to start step by step. Yeah. So because, as I said, many projects are being rolled out. We should not, let's say, jump. So let's use first the tools which we have, which is Bhakti Marga Today on Telegram, which is a very simple tool. People already use it. And then...
What is Bhakti Marga Today? If I'm watching and I have no idea, what is Bhakti Marga Today?
It's, I would say, the biggest Telegram channel from Bhakti Marga on Telegram. And we post there mainly events, sometimes videos of Swami Aniruddha, sometimes different interesting things, but it's more, let's say, it's very polished, let's say. It's very much, okay, these are the events, this is what the mission is doing. But the news is different, it's more personal, it's more, let's say, intimate. It's what the sanghas are doing, is the charities which we are doing. It's the international relationships which we have with different organizations. So these are the kind of news. They didn't have really their place on our other channels. Yeah.
Okay, what is one of the most memorable news this year which have been shared or which you could share with the world?
I mean, we had many temple inaugurations, a lot of developments in the ashrams. I've been
We can
to
see
two
some
of them.
of the photos also. You were there?
No. This is, I think, in Denmark. And Guruji, he gave a beautiful 1.5 hour satsang about the different attributes of viṭṭhala. It's not public yet, hopefully maybe one day on Bhakti Plus. And he was speaking about so many mystical attributes of viṭṭhala nobody knows. Previous incarnations, What is the brick symbolizing where viṭṭhala was standing? Who was his father in the previous life? Like so many different things. And Guruji, what I see when I read the news, how much is actually happening in such a short amount of time. You read, okay, he comes, 12 hours, full program, till people are totally like, yeah.
Soaked in Bhakti.
Absorbed.
And sometimes Guruji, he just changes everything. I think you know that. So from 1 second to the other, like even for example, when he was in Austria recently, he made the Shriyantya ceremony of the future temple, Ganda Berunda, Narasimha Temple. And I guess he decided on the spot, okay, let's do it in the temple. But there were no walls, no heating. So it was very raw, everything. But I think these are the memories people don't forget. It's not the cozy things always, which are very memorable, but sometimes the very profound and intense experiences.
And it's always the right moment. That's the beauty of the Sadguru. Like you say, he was in the temple and suddenly he decides, I remember when he left here, he says, but I'm just passing by there for dinner to go on to the next country for the program. And then I hear he has like a whole day program of almost inaugurating the future temple. Very beautiful. Another question, there's a lot of ashrams which are also being developed. Could you give a quick update on which ashrams are being developed and some insights?
I mean, Shripatinilya. I'm biased, I'm sorry. So there's a lot of happening in Shripatinilya. Every time there's always new constructions happening when I walk. I love to visit construction sites. Maybe the construction people don't like it, but I'm always here looking. There's like some hobby of me. And we see in Elmira, so much happening.
United States, upstate New York.
Yeah. So there are a lot of renovations, a lot of constructions. Then we see, of course, you spoke about Pandharpur. Guruji spoke about it in the Gurugita in Bali. He was very happy that the construction started. In Switzerland, they renovated a very, very old house. I don't know how many hundreds of years this ashram is.
It's a very beautiful place by the Lake of Thun. Very, very beautiful.
Yeah. And yeah, in Italy, so there is the future temple is being planned and next steps are being done. So it's constant, it's very busy. So, and I'm very grateful for everybody who is sending us the news because we don't have the reporters yet. So, but maybe one day you will see like somebody with a microphone, Jai Gurudev, welcome to Bhakti Marga News. We are here at the spot. Behind me you can see. And the most beautiful, it's positive. Because whenever I ask somebody, is in your country the news negative or positive? Everybody will say it's negative. But Bhakti Marga News is always about redirecting our mind on the positive, like on the community, on relationship, on love. And so
I think to rephrase what you were saying is there's so much negativity in the world, so where you look for it, you will find it. And there's a lot of positivity also. And if you go on Telegram, on BM Today, in the channel, you will find only positivity.
Is there a way for people to join BM Today?
Yeah, on Telegram. The link will be in the description of this video. If it's not, they will put it now. And you can click. If you don't have Telegram, you can download Telegram. It's very easy, it's for free. And you can join BM Today and participate together with us to all these news that are happening around the world. And you can know where Paramahansa Vishwananda is, where will he be, where the darshans are, and all of these things that are happening. And maybe Rishiji, you can finish letting us know the plan of next year if you want to move away or stay also on Telegram, but maybe have a dedicated web page where also people around the world can find us.
Yes, I'm happy to asking. Because I'm very excited. There is a website coming, so we are working on a new website, and I've seen the design of the future news, and I think people will love it. It's really something, whenever you want to be uplifted and you're not maybe don't have the energy for studying or going too much into books, let's open BM News. It's a very nice way of reading and connecting. Yeah.
Nice.
I think it's also the new webpage, what it brings. Also, while I was traveling, I met many people who were traveling the world and said like, is there also something in this country? And I said, yeah, sure. And as we were speaking, the new webpage will also have the whole map with all the different temples, ashrams, sanghas as much as possible. Obviously, devotees from around the world, the countries are invited to send the information so that then people, when they go on that webpage, they can actually, if they go to Italy, they can connect in any place with the Sangha there. If they go to Denmark, there, in India, in America, in Africa, wherever they are, you always find part of the family in a very simple way. And that is very beautiful to connect this Sangha.
Thank you. Thank you, Rishiji. And in spirit of all of this news, let's go on with another video of other inaugurations and other things that happened. So beautiful, so beautiful. You know, I was watching the video and I saw when Guruji went to Czech Republic in the temple. And that visit, for example, was the day before darshan, in between darshans, while traveling for hours and hours from one country to the other. And then the day before darshan, he could have rested, but he took the car, he traveled a couple of hours, arrived there, was supposed to spend just a couple of hours to do some rituals, and he stayed there so long. He spent time with everybody. He ended up there, looked around all the house, he spoke to the people. He just saw.
It's a tireless effort of sharing the love of God, like we said before, about the Sanatan Dharma, the temples, the ashrams, bringing it to the people so that people have something to hold on to dive deeper in this love relationship with God. So once more, I invite you, support us in this effort to become recognized so that it can.
Yes, and as you have heard in what we were saying earlier, we mentioned some of the places where we are active. As we said, Italy, in India, here in Germany, we have 2 ashrams, but there's also in Portugal, we have a big ashram. They're building a temple. They're super active, an amazing community. There's a temple that just finished to be renovated and be expanded in Brazil. We are, as we said, in America. There's a very beautiful temple.
France, Latvia,
Canada,
everywhere, Russia, everywhere.
UK. We're so active in so many places, and so many devotees are joining the love for God and for their spiritual teacher, for Guruji, for Paramhansa Vishwananda, so that everybody else also can join that. So, just wanted to clarify that.
So now we carry on with a Shabad. From the kids will explain what it is about, from which saint, and a little bit of the meaning. So a round of applause for.
We will be offering the Shabad Tum Sharnāyi Aya Thakur, which is composed by Guru Arjan Singh, the 5th Guru of Sikhism. The meaning of Tum Sharnāyi Aya Thakur is that we have come to your refuge, Lord. The Shabad holds a deep gratitude and reverence for our Satguru's guidance in bringing us all back to the feet of Sri Hari.
Tum Sharnāyi Aya Thakur, Tum Sharnāyi Aya, Tum Sharnāyi Aya Thakur, Tum Sharnāyi Aya. Utar gayo mere man ka sansaar jab te darshan paaya. Utar gayo mere man ka sansaar jab te darshan paaya. बोलत मेरे बिरता जाने अपना नाम जपाया, अपना नाम जपाया। अनबोलत मेरे बिरता जाने अपना नाम जपाया,
तुम शरणाई आया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया तुम शरणाई आया तुम शरणाई आया ठाकुर तुम शरणाई आया तुम शरणाई आया ठाकुर तुम शरणाई आया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया तुम शरणाई आया ठाकुर तुम शरणाई आया उतर गयो मेरे मन का संसार जपते दर्शन पाया
All my fears and doubts have been dispelled since I had your darshan. Very, very beautiful. That is, these prayers which the saints, the gurus have said and written down in Shabads or in any other tradition. That's what Guruji loves so much, that we should sing the glory of the saints, the glory of God, and remember.
And just recently I was saying it's not just about singing all of these beautiful Shabads, but it's about meditating on them.
On the meaning.
On the meaning, on what they actually mean, and get into that experience of it. That's the most important thing. There are some of these Shabads that are, all of them actually, they're so beautiful if you start to really dive into it.
Immerse in the bath what the saints had. And that brings us actually to the next theme about saints, because saints play a major role in Bhakti Marga, lovers of God, of all traditions. Guruji always speaks about the life of the saints, encourages us to learn about the life of the saints. We have the Saint Museum, the greatest one which exists, about collecting saints from all over Bharat and other places. And we have also a project which was started by Swami Drishti, which is a saint project, which I will let you explain what it is about and how it came to existence.
Okay, it is about the saints, of course. And it came up, now while I'm thinking about what to say, I was thinking he did it. It's not us, he did it. So it was about his birthday gift last summer, and we were sitting together wondering what could we give him for birthday. And it was clear he didn't like material stuff from us. It must be something spiritual. And I remembered that he said once we should start our day with a saint, with the life of the saints. And this would be a big blessing for every day. So I remembered we have a saint museum. Why we don't speak about a saint every day on Instagram, and all the residents research for 1 or 2 or 3 saints, so it's their gift also to Guruji, and we have a nice formatting team and do it nicely for Instagram, so that every morning everybody can start the day with a saint.
Wow.
A great gift.
It's really one of the most amazing Instagram pages which I follow, I must say.
The nice thing is we love so much to do this job. First we were thinking it's work and we're organizing, but then we understood what a blessing it is to work every day with the saints and to go in their life. It is
we're
wonderful.
showing all your job
nice.
and all the saints that you have posted.
Yeah.
So
we
the
did
link
it
is also going to be in the description. If it's not there yet, it's going to be there so that you can join that group of the saints.
So we did it half year now, and it is just something came together. Actually, how it came that Guruji, first we were not able to tell it to him. On the birthday it was much hectic, and we tried to tell him, and he waved us away and said, explain it to me later. And so we started the first post 1 month later on Guru Purnima, and since then, every day. And I think only after 3 months, we had one saint. It was Sri-Hit Kanka Mahadev from Vrindavan. And this was a saint Guruji knew personally. And we posted also some pictures from him and Guruji together in Vrindavan. And I got the idea, knowing that he was traveling with Swami Kuru, I phoned Kuru and I said, please, could you find now a moment to tell Guruji about our saint gift, which all the residents do. He didn't know yet.
He didn't figure it out that it was.
No, not yet. And then, Swami Kuru showed it to him, and Guruji was, what he told me later, so happy. He scrolled through the saints up and down, and he even posted the link from our Instagram saint on his Twitter. So we had a boost in
engagement.
Guruji's boost.
Gift received.
Really nice.
So
really
beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
I when I read those stories, I'm always deeply inspired, and I can think if you research them and look for them, there's also deep inspiration, because like you said, Guruji said, start the day with the life of a saint. Is there some experiences which you, while you did that service, were mostly inspired about a special saint or a special message which touched you the most, which you would like to share?
Okay. Yes. First, I would like to say that the residents actually do the research, and we are the formatting team, which is, so that every resident has the chance to do research, and we do the formatting for the posts. Yeah.
Okay, but it's very nicely formatted, I must say.
Okay.
It really looks good, but it's nice that you also want to make us understand. I mean, I didn't know, for example, thank you for saying it, that so many people are involved, because I don't think you're talking about a couple of people. You're talking about tens of residents who are participating. So thank you for saying it. It's important.
I just wanted to say that in the beginning. And back to your question. Of course, like with each saint we do, there's a experience, I would say. So
something which touched you the most, something particular, a saint or a message.
Yeah, Swamini I know has a big story, so maybe she goes first. She has a great. If there's time, I will go second.
Yeah, it was, I planned to speak about this saint because I fall in love with him. It is Sombari Baba, and we posted him, I don't know, 2 months ago, a wild one he lived on the feet of the Himalaya near Neem Karoli Baba Ashram. And I had time to dive deep into his life, and I read the stories, and I understood that he really he had 2 tigers who came every night. The cobra was living under his seat. He made wild, strange things, and this catched me somehow. And this time, Guruji was not here. Everything in the ashram was silent, and I went so deep into it that I had the feeling he is present. He is in the evening when I was sitting on my laptop Googling, I was thinking, oh wow, now he is here. Better not go on.
Maybe
it was very, very much presence from him, yes.
Wow.
And I felt blessed. I felt really, I was suddenly sitting there folding my hands, have tears in my eyes, and was thinking, thank you that you are blessing me. And this is the nice thing on this job, you know, that or on this seva, what we do, that the saints come to you and they bless you.
Yeah, when you engaged with the saints, Guruji often told me when I came from a trip in India collecting saints, you don't know how much blessing you receive just by being in their presence, by contemplating about them, by being in connection with the devotees of those saints. Wow. Any more experiences which maybe you would both want to share?
Paragatadas, you have an experience if you want to tell us?
Sure. Actually, I was going to share an experience, but what you just said reminded me of something else, which is that Guruji was recently speaking about how our Sangha is not just the literal people around us, but the media and the content we're surrounded with. And I think that's actually one of the coolest things about spending all of this time with the saints, is that the people you're surrounded with bring something out inside of you, or they grow something that's already inside of you. And the coolest thing is when you read these quotes or experiences from saints and you recognize them somehow. Like you know those words, or you've had not that exact same experience, but something similar. And just being in the company of those people who put the focus there grows that inside of you. And it's really cool to experience.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Your experience?
Okay, so I will do. Okay, this was actually something little, let's say, magical happened. I did the research also on the post of Srila Bhakti Pramoda Puri Goswami, just so you remember the name. And yeah, when he was a child already, he was very devoted to his deities Radha Krishna. And yeah, he was young, and one evening he put them to bed, and he always covered them with a blanket when he put them to sleep. And one evening he forgot to cover them with a blanket, and so he fell sick. And then only when he discovered that he had forgot to cover them, he recovered again. So I thought, wow, this is such a strong connection with the deity. And there was like this wish inside of my heart. I was like, oh, wow, I would also like to have such a connection. And then I forgot about this again, about this wish. It was just like short, you know, it was there, and then I forgot about it. And then one morning, I went to morning prayers, and I passed by the Devi, which is normally at Navaratri in the tent. And normally you see her, like there are some lights, but this morning she was in the dark. And I thought, okay, you know, fine. Okay. And then I went to the temple, and after morning prayers, I bowed down to Mahalakshmi. And the moment I bowed down, the lights went off. Like again, you know, the lights went off. And I go up again, and the lights went on again. And then I thought, okay, now it's getting a little strange. What is happening here? Something she wants to show me. And then I come back to do my puja. And I see at my altar, normally I have a little Lakshmi on the altar, and I had forgotten her in the bed. So it was like she showed me, it's still dark here. Can you please put me? Yes. Can you please put me in the light? Thank you. And that's how amazing it is that this wish got fulfilled, and like the saints make this magic of their life, make it happen in our lives. And yeah, this is only one experience. Like there's so many.
Very nice.
Wow.
Very nice. And I really love, like I repeat again, the structure of the posts, how you make it like starting with a basic life, where he's from, when he's born, when he took samadhi, then a deeper analysis of their life, what they went through, then the teachings, main teachings, really easy to digest, simple, short, and profound. Thank you very much for this beautiful service.
And actually, maybe I'll take this moment to point out, because several people have told us they didn't realize, when you go to the Instagram account, there's the first page with the picture, but then you have to swipe to read the story. Apparently for a long time, there are many people who just saw, okay, this is the name of a saint, like I guess this is a project. There are many, many, many slides with a lot of information about each saint.
Yeah, that's a great point. So if you go on that page, scroll. Yeah, not down or up, but on the side.
Yeah.
It's a carousel. It's important. But they're all very engaged, these followers. I mean, I've seen you have like thousands of views and likes, and there's so much happening.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of the project, that the way the readers are responding. When you think about it, just one person saving one post means that there's somebody out there who connected with a saint so much that they want to come back and read that story, which is so cool. But it's not even always the most popular posts. I remember one day we had a post that I got a few hundred likes maybe, but then that day I was having lunch with someone who didn't know I was working on this project. And unprompted, he started telling me, oh, you know, I started following this account, it's called Hindu Saints. I was so inspired by the saint today. He like went 15 days meditating without eating. And I'm just sitting there listening to him being like, we work on that. And the cool thing is that the followers get so excited that they start messaging us with suggestions, like post this saint, post that saint. And one of my sevas is to read through those messages. And I remember one day somebody messaged suggesting Dadaji Duniwale. And I remember checking the message and checking our schedule. And he was actually scheduled 2 days later, but we hadn't been able to find much information about him in English. And this follower was from India, so they sent us all of these resources in Hindi. And it was like the saint was using the follower to give us the research, and we were able to make a cool post.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really,
awesome.
really amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So what came out for us on this nice project was that I recognized that all the saints have the same longing for God, a very strong longing. What you said, the burning of the heart for God. And this is what we can learn. They did their sadhana and their penance, and they stood for days on one leg, or they wandered all over India just to find God. And when you dive into their lives, you find that they nourish you with their longing for God, and that something inside of you grows also. The outside isn't so important anymore, and the inside gets more and more important. And I want to encourage you, Google the saints, dive deep into their life, read more and more about the saints. They come to you and bless you and help you because they love you.
Absolutely.
It's wonderful.
And I would even go further and say, become a saint, because that is what Guruji has mentioned many, many times. Everybody is called to become a saint. And not once we leave this world, he doesn't want dead saints, he wants living saints. And that means to become saint, to get healed from the illness of our ego, of attachments, of desires, and to become, firstly, good human beings, and more our true self, this devotee which we are, this lover of God, this eternal servant. So we are called for that. The saints are here to remind us that it is possible, all of those saints. Guruji is here to guide us and to uplift us on this path, and he uses the knowledge of the saints and the presence of the saints also to give us an extra boost. So I'm very, very grateful for this project, because for the museum, this is going to be a nice database where one day we're going to for sure have a beautiful book just using all the research all the devotees have done. Jai Gurudev.
So thank you very much to you three for your service. Thanks to all the residents, as you were saying. Thanks to them for collecting all the data. Thanks to all the followers who are engaged. And I would say especially thanks to Guruji and to Paramahansa Vishwananda, who is always constantly telling us to dive deeper into the saints and the story of the saints. And so let's watch now together a rewind video of what happened around Guruji's birthday. So nice. You know, the more we watch these videos, the more like this word joy. Like Guruji really brings joy everywhere he goes.
Absolutely, and I think what I like the most in the review of the year are those videos, because they capture the moments in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And during that time, when Guruji was in Sri Viṭṭhala, the other ashram that we have in Germany, he gave a speech on his birthday. So let's watch together what he was saying in that moment.
That's why Bhagavan gave me the mantra Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha. It spread the name. It spread his name to everybody. Because only by the name of Sri Hari, but in this time you can be safe. It's a very powerful mantra. One thing I will ask you, you know, you like birthday and you like to give gift on a birthday. You know, I want one thing from you. Promise me that. If you can promise me, then I will say. Okay, how many of you can promise without even knowing what it is? And the coward? It's true, spirituality is not made for cowardice. It's good. Don't promise something that you can't achieve. So whoever have lived there, and I will forget about it, but Bhagavan will not forget about. Again, it seems less now. Actually, what I wanted to ask you is, please share Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha to 100 person. Each one of you. Can you do that? Huh? Actively share that, each one of you, to 100 person. Like Bhagwan have given you that grace, transfer that grace also to somebody else. Plant the seed. Maybe that person will not chant. Maybe that person will think that you're crazy. It's fine. But promise me, take the vow in front of Viṭṭhala Rukmini. Take the vow that you will spread the chanting of Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha to 100 people. And count it, please. Even if you stop in 100, it's fine. If you can carry on, it's of course very good. Bring that name to 100 people which is close to you, firstly. And also people which is not close to you. That's what I want you to do. I don't want anything else. Can you do that? Can you vow for that? Okay, you have vow in front of Viṭṭhala Rukmini. And secondly, I will ask you, a second thing is to care for nature. Whenever you see dirt around, don't expect somebody else to clean it. Clean it yourself. Plant trees. Honor nature. Honor the oxygen that Mother Nature is giving you for free. And this is one thing which every country should do. Because you see, it's very easy to cut a tree. In few seconds, a tree will fall. Well, to build that tree, you know how much Mother Nature have invested into that? How many years it take? The same thing for animal killing. Years and years the animal have to grow. And in 1 second, somebody just sliced the throat of that poor animal. So that's one thing that I will ask from you, to protect nature, including planting trees, respect the forests, respect the animal, care for the animal, and talk against slaughter. Because this is one thing which is completely wrong. People find it as a great, fancy thing nowadays, but it is not. So that is two things I ask. That's it. Spread the name of Sri Hari and let everybody dive into that grace of Sri Hari and respect nature.
Nice.
Super nice.
Two requests. They're doable. They're not difficult. Spread the mantra is something, I know both of us do and many people do. It's just about sharing how much you love the mantra Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. And for the ones of you online who are listening and maybe you don't know what that means, is salutations to the omnipresent Lord, who is the protector and friend of all.
The mantra is the easiest way to dive within, because it calms the mind, it opens the heart. It has this meaning, but it is actually much more, because it contains the fullness of God. And if the mantra seems too difficult for you who maybe hear it the first time, there's the link online where you can listen to it for hours and hours in all different ways.
write it on YouTube, you can write it on Google, you can write it on Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer. You can go on mantra.bhaktimarga.org and you will have all the meaning, the project mantra for 40 days, and all the information you need, and the music, the audio, and everything.
And that brings us to our guests, Sati Casanova and Manohar Das.
Krishna
Manohar Das, travel photographer, and you guys do an amazing job in sharing the mantra, planting trees. So I start, firstly, before I even ask you something, Sati, I would like to share one amazing video which we have captured when you did a concert in Russia, and you shared the mantra, but not only the mantra, you even shared Gurudev with the whole crowd, giving them darshan of Gurudev in a concert in such a beautiful way. Please.
Соприкосновение взглядом с божественным. В этот момент Guruji, do you hear us?
Can you see?
Yes! Jai Gurudev.
Blessing to all of you.
Мои благословения с вами. Jai Gurudev.
So inspiring. So you share the mantra and Guruji, your spiritual path, with so many people around the world. Do you see transformation in them, like people, like what eminent people do, or the people follow? Do you see how people get inspired and transform through this?
Yes, I'm so blessed to be that instrument through which really many people came to Guruji. And watching this video, I was like, oh my God, I wish to do it once again, and not even once. And I hope and I pray that I will be able to do it. And I remember that was quite scary experience, and how it happened first time. One devotee texted me, oh, you know, we're going to come for your concert, but the exact same time there's going to be Guruji's online darshan. So it's kind of difficult. Why don't you? And you're like, why don't you combine, like switch on the screen his darshan? I said, I can't do that because people came for the concert. It's a bit.
How many people were there in this concert?
I think about 1,000 and
it was more than 1,000 actually.
About between 1,000 to 1,000 and a half. I don't remember.
Keep in mind it was COVID time. So with all the restriction and so on, no, it was this was back in 2020, maybe
2021, something like that.
Yeah. And most of people who don't even know Paramahamsa Vishwananda, who don't know, they come for Sati Casanova, for Sati Etika, for music, and suddenly there's the big screen.
Yes, and I'm so grateful. I remember I was texting Guruji, even though I told that person like, no, it's crazy, I can't do it. But it hit me so much, and it was like just burning inside while making the makeup and all the preparation. I was like, and I texted Guruji like this, like, oh my God, if he will say yes, let's do it, we will do it. And he answered like quite quickly, that's a good idea, let's do it. I was like, oh my God,
That's great.
So Stefano came quickly and helped with the preparation technically. And it happened 3 times probably. Once it was during the darshan for everyone, and the other times it was specifically for the concert audience. And then we stopped a bit because my manager said, please, it's a bit dangerous. Like, calm down. But many people became devotees. The last one who approached me said, actually I became devotee because of the darshan I received during your concert.
Wow.
There are many of them, yeah.
And that's beautiful that you stopped with the darshans because your manager stopped you, but you didn't stop at all with viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha.
No. Thank God I have the publicity, and while listening Guruji now, I was like, yeah, there were more than 100, maybe 2, 3, 4, I don't know how many hundreds, but it could be more, it should be more. And I wish I would be able to do better in the new year.
You will definitely do a great service your whole life long, because when the calling is there, if you would, there's many people who say, I struggle to share the mantra because people don't know about it, they don't know about my path, it feels weird, and there's just maybe some resistance, some fear, which can be personal or because of circumstances. What would you say to them? You spoke now about the concert, like putting it on a big screen in a concert, and I think you have a big experience to jump over that shadow and just be who you are, share your truth with other people. What could you give to other people so that they can also come into their strength and do that service better?
It can be scary, it can be weird or strange. It's normal. Just do it, even though. Coward those who does not do, being afraid. But brave are the one who do it, being afraid.
I think that's one of the definition of bravery, no?
Yeah.
Jumping over your fear and just, like Guruji said in the video, spirituality is not for cowards. You have to be brave.
Yeah, when it comes to that point, I have to, shout out for my wife, because she's much more than brave. She's actually a spiritual kamikaze, basically, when she just, the moment the ideas comes in her mind and eventually the blessing of Guru is there, she knows no obstacles, The moment the idea of the online darshan came, even me, I was kind of maybe, think it carefully. No, we're gonna do it. Boom, okay, got it. We're gonna do it, and then wow, it was a whole process.
Because I think people don't. For those who don't know, this happened in Russia, and Russia has a little bit different laws and regulations also about those things.
Way
I think
more
that's also
way more strict. Yeah, it was about religion and so on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Only thing I'm really sad about this year, there was a very auspicious concert in Kremlin. And I really wanted to do that there. And I remember I approached the manager and said, listen, and he said, no.
What if? No.
We can't do it in Kremlin. Otherwise, we would never do any other concerts. Please, please, please don't do that. I was like, okay. Not
but
in Kremlin.
Just even the fact that in the concert hall of the Kremlin, which was the place that was holding, the Communist Party reunion in the time of the Soviet Union, the most atheistic organization of mankind, basically holding a concert of divine names. I mean, these kind of things only with the grace of Guru can happen.
Take it step by step.
But I think with what you both are saying, it's true. You need to be brave, but it's also something that you build. No, the more you do it, at the beginning you're more scared, and then the more you do it, the more slowly it just becomes who you are. So that fear goes away.
Actually, yes, not maybe completely, but it become more, as you said, nature, and then you build the system, because it should be done systematically. Before us, there was a beautiful project of Hindu saints, and then now the social media is helping so much, and you can just grow little by little, and it should be in more creative way. And I adore this project about Hindu saints. This is very, very beautiful and effective example how we could do it. Not like in a boring or weird way, like approaching everyone like, oh, can you please chant the mantra, like scaring people. It just doesn't work. It's even opposite.
That's also one approach. That's one of the approaches you can have. Yeah, they're all valid. They're all
you
valid.
did it, no?
No, I didn't do really like you said. I don't go to people like scares, chant this mantra. But there are different ways. I think something that Guruji taught me throughout all these years together with him is that it's really part of our ego that thinks that we have to be the ones giving something. In my experience, learning from what he taught me is, if you really are an instrument, you would just be where you're supposed to be, giving it to who is supposed to receive it. In whatever way, whether it's a creative one, a more traditional one, whatever way.
Well, and if you know the value of it, if you know the value of the mantra, that it can lead you to the final destination, why would you not want to give it to people? Why would you keep it for yourself and not share that treasure? Love always gives. And love cares. So if you're in love, if you want to care for the world, care for the people, share it. And the easiest way is by sharing the mantra. So just give it. If people do it, that's their business, but at least you have invited them and given them the chance.
Yeah, Stefano, you spread the mantra a lot, and do you see the transformation in people?
You know, the transformation, sometimes it's impossible to see because you share with people, then you never meet again later on. But for sure, one thing you can see from moment one, let's say from the very moment you share something, is that if you do something when you truly believe in it, and you do something because you are that something, it's not just you're like facing that like or faking or just putting on a mask. Then if it's true that if it comes from the heart, then it hits the heart. It just goes through barriers, and that is said. I mean, the heat goes through. Then you never know what's going to happen. You plant 100 seeds, and then maybe one of them is going to blossom. I've seen in many years, even if it's not about sharing the mantra itself, but just speaking about my path, sharing experiences with Guruji and so on, with so many people, even close friends. And there are devotees here, they became even brahmacharis, that get to know Guruji by an Instagram story of mine where I was in Mauritius just singing the Gayatri mantra. And that was enough for them to grow into the bhakti path and then become devotee and then meeting Guruji and then become even brahmachari. And some other, even my closest friend of mine, with whom I shared the craziest experience I had with Guruji, and that's not enough. So one thing I would suggest actually to people watching, the moment you are sharing your path, you're sharing the mantra, like take it as a chance to have a good practice of karma yoga, like you have right to act and not right to claim the results of what you're doing. Most of us usually, they kind of, okay, I'll do something if I know that the people is receiving. Actually, you, Swami Akash, you taught me that lesson in person when we had this touring experience. That, the moment you start thinking about that, you're just placing yourself in the place of God. You think you know better than God to whom the message should arrive. So you should just be like Sati, open-hearted, just with all yourself, giving whatever you have, and then who wants to grab it is going to take it. Who doesn't want it is not going to take it. And that's actually exactly what the God plan is about.
Yeah, it's so true. I love this. Talking about saints, Guru Arjat says, the Guru will come and take you by the arm and bring you to the other side. He didn't say Swami Aniruddha will come or Stefano or Sati or Swami Akash. He says the Guru will come, the Sadguru will come and bring you to the other side. So yeah, that's the beauty of sharing the mantra. Love it. Okay, and also Guruji spoke about tree planting and nature, and Stefano, you've been also involved for some time in nature and projects related to Mother Nature.
Yeah, because it was not the first time in this year when Guruji for his birthday said something like this: please plant trees, please spread vegetarianism, talk against slaughter, care for nature. He said it many times in the past, and one major time where he shared this kind of, let's say, adesh to all devotees, he was on his 40th birthday. I guess it was in 2018. So, and it was like, if you want, make me a good gift, spread vegetarianism, plant trees. That's what he said, if you do remember. It was 7 years ago back then. So I kind of took it quite seriously on both sides, because on one side I wrote and published a book about vegetarianism, sharing my experiences of traveling all around the world by being vegetarian, which in some situations is not the simplest thing you can do. And especially if you're living with, nomads that they make a living by slaughtering reindeers or other animals. And then I started about planting trees, It's something that is easier said than done time to time, especially in the nowadays life where we all live in cities and so on. So I started a project where I was partnering with non-profit organization that actually take care of reforestation project. This project took place from 2019 to 2022, more or less. It was called Seva Project. Now we closed the project because of changing of circumstances. But what we were doing, basically, we were making documentaries about nature and reforestation, and we were selling them online, and with the profit of the sale, we will plant trees. So taking advantage, as Sati does by sharing his spirituality and mantras with her public, sorry, I did the same with my public. Oh, sorry. And so all people that were watching these documentaries, they were buying it. And then eventually we ended up by planting some sort of 8,000, 10,000 trees. Wow. It was in the rainforest of Madagascar, which is a high risk of deforestation. And not only we were planting trees, we were also doing something that is not directly planting trees, but it goes in the same direction. Like we were buying land bordering the forest. Those kind of land that maybe farmers would buy to put crops in it. No, we just buy the land and keep it empty, just to let nature do her job. Because if you don't do anything, nature will grow by herself. And I would like to end on a very sweet note. One of the sweetest conversations I had with Guruji, it was 1 year ago. Back then, my wife was pregnant, 8 months. And I came to ashram. She could not come because of the heaviness of traveling. And I was sharing with Guruji how beautiful it is to be on the side of a woman, this nurturing life in itself. No, it's so beautiful because women, when they are pregnant, they radiate a different light. And we all are sensitive to that. When you meet a pregnant woman on the bus, you leave the place, you take care, you protect them, no? It is kind of natural. And I said this to Guruji, it's so beautiful. She's so shiny, she's so like beaming light. And then Guruji didn't answer on that. He was looking from the window, and it was summertime, and the nature was flourishing outside. It was lushing. It was, it was the scent of life coming from the forest, from the trees. And then he just waved his hand on the forest and say, "Look at nature. Nature is always pregnant."
Oh wow!
Nature is always nurturing life, giving life, at any time, any given time, without you even noticing. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
It reminds me like planting tree, buying land, let nature do its job. Yesterday I had a conversation with a Swiss Indian devotee, which protect places in the Amazon that they are not deforested. So that is also a way of helping this process, what Guruji has obviously mentioned, protect Mother Nature, respect her, love her, and there's different ways how we can do that. Thank you.
But
very
yet
much.
one thing I will suggest to anybody, very simple, if you have a chance, try to plant one single tree with your hand. I've done it. I'm telling you, it's a spiritual experience. Just the very fact of digging a hole, planting some trees, covering the land and put some water, you will see. It's something that is, in a way, changing yourself.
Nice. And on this wave, many devotees and followers of Guruji, because of his request, started to plant trees around the world. We have some of the photos of different countries that have been involved in massive tree planting, and they just meet up as if it's a Sangha moment. They get together, they either join other people already doing it, or they make their own initiative and they invite everybody else, and then they spend time together chanting the mantra and planting the trees. Everywhere you can see many different countries, whether it is in this continent, on the other continent, in Turkey, or in Japan, or they're doing it in Italy, in Europe, everywhere, in America. They keep following what Guruji asked us to do, and they keep planting trees. So it's always nice to see how the Guru is leading us to be back to our natural way and to help nature, because we need nature. So thanks to all the people who are taking that effort, and the devotees, and also keep doing it. As Stefano was saying, take that inspiration to just take maybe one seed and plant it and have your own experience. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for sharing the mantra. And thanks to everybody that are sharing the mantra. And in perfect line with this segment, now Bhavani, you will sing Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Parabrahmane
Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. 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 Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri 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 viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
So years ago, when Guruji introduced the mantra to all of us, I used to do my mantra, my daily chanting with Om Namo Narayana. And I remember Guruji then introduced Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha. And I went through some tough times because I couldn't switch. Like there was a part of my brain that was going constantly to Om Namo Narayana. And I was thinking, why did you change it? I was so connected to it. And then I went to Shri Viṭṭhaladam. We did the inauguration of the temple. Is this other ashram we have here? It's beautiful temple, gigantic deities of Viṭṭhala and Rukmini, amongst others. And we did the inauguration of the temple. I just did a knee surgery, so it was actually the only time I could sit and do nothing and just enjoy the festival. And we chanted Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha for days. And I arrived at the end of the celebration that I completely swapped without even realizing Om Namo Narayanaya to Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha. And it was an awesome experience, and I love this mantra.
Yeah, it's much more, from my experience, intimate in the relationship. Om Namo Narayana is very beautiful, very universal. Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha, it feels so intimate.
So nice. And the reason why I was thinking about it is because now online we have Rishika Kalyaneshwari that took care of Viṭṭhalam together with Swami Madhava and many other people. So many people are involved in that development. And so, Rishika, are you there?
Jai Gurudev, yes.
Jai Gurudev. Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you. Very well. We enjoy very much this time now.
Yeah, you're celebrating also there in Viṭṭhaladam?
Yes, sure.
Nice.
We were just dressing for the New Year's.
So nice. So nice. And you're so involved there, like all of these years you've been so active, and Guruji spent so much time, and even the video we just watched of him telling the devotees and the people what he wanted them to do, his wishes for his birthday, was in Shri Viṭṭhaladam. It was happening at that ashram. Guruji spends a lot of time there.
Yeah, I don't think if it's a lot, but it's important times for us, especially.
You want more, that's what you're trying to say.
No, this year, actually, Guruji canceled 2 darshans, 2 times he did not come. But he blessed us so much with his presence when he came for his birthday celebrations. And it was amazing festivities, where you just mentioned all this with the mantra. He asked us, this was at this time. And yes, we trained before to do also a big Vadi celebration, because his birthday is very close also with the main celebration for Viṭṭhala Rukmini, Ashada Ekadashi. And this time he also came here for the Vadi celebration. For sure his birthday was the biggest event with Bhakti Marga devotees we ever had in Viṭṭhaladam. And it taught us a lot of lessons.
Yeah,
so how it is.
Thousands of people, huh?
Yes. So for the food distribution, it was about 1,400 dishes of food minimum. But for people on his birthday, taking his blessing of his feet, he allowed everybody to touch the feet. It was more than 1,800 people. Yeah, it was the biggest celebration. And I cannot say this. Also, the inauguration, which you just mentioned, was incredible big celebration with 2,000 people. So, yeah.
So, which developments, like you have the temple there since, like Swami Akash said, amazing Viṭṭhala and Rukmini. In Italy, for example, we are now building up the ashram, the new temple. In Portugal, the plan of finishing the temple is happening. In Brazil, the expansion. In many other countries, projects are going on. What are the developments, or what are the main developments which happened in 2025, and what is the main plan for 2026?
That's a very nice question, because it's always a question also of investment, money. And for sure, we want to serve the guests always in the best way. And therefore, we have the focus on projects which help to enjoy the facilities, everything here. But just it came to my mind that to renovate the cafe was not an idea. Actually, I'm now sitting in a part of the cafe also. It happened because we had a big disaster. The water was floating the cafe, everything was broken, and it was moldy, so we had to do it again. It was the third time. So yeah, there's some pictures, I see.
Well, some deep cleaning is happening
So actually,
there.
this is not the cafe. This is a new project we did also now in the last month, that we get more capacity to serve people in the food area, because it was always still since 5 years not touched, and old stuff was there. And you know, it's also an influence. And now we could clean it up a bit. And when you open a little thing, like we repair the floor in front of the shop, suddenly we open this roof and we see it's not isolated. So we do isolation, we do the walls new, and then we see, oh, the bathrooms are not nice. So we have to do also the bathroom. So you don't see so much, but we have invested a lot of work and also a bit of money to get the house in a better state, so that, you know, the Matajis will know the bathrooms in front of the shop were very old. Now it's better.
Very nice, so that everybody has a better experience in the ashram.
Yes.
Very beautiful.
That's actually true.
Thank you very
And this
much.
helps with hygienic things also. Yeah.
For sure, yeah. So maybe that's a good moment to just remind everybody here and everybody listening online, whenever you're watching this, that you can support the mission of Bhakti Marga. You can donate. We have different ways. You can donate to the mission internationally. You can donate to the mission in your country. And as you can see, every effort that you make, every donation, whether it's with money or with your physical effort, you can help us doing service. They all go into the projects, and all of the highlights you're looking today together with us. That's what we're doing. That's what Bhakti Marga is about. That's what the mission of Paramahansa Vishwananda is about, bringing the love for God, for the saints, and for oneself to everyone, everywhere, in the best way possible.
And like we said before, together we can always achieve much more than individually, and we can see it manifesting all over the world. One example, Shri Vittal Dham, and many, many other places around the world. So if you feel the call to support, please go to the link, and it's most highly appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rishika, for taking
Thank
the
you
time.
so much. It was a pleasure.
Happy New
We
Year.
wish you a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Say hi to everybody there. Bye, Jai Gurudev.
I do.
And in line with all these talks with and about Bhakti Marga, 20 years, we invited here two people who were very, very involved in these 20 years. I would say, when I look at you, you are even more than 20 years involved in Bhakti Marga.
Inventory.
Part of the furniture.
So, Partha and Swami Kurunanda, thank you for coming. It's nice to have
Thank
you
you for
here.
having us. Our pleasure.
And just to clarify, we invited, there could be many people sitting here, because many people have been loyal and have been follow Guruji for these 20 years together in Bhakti Marga, and some of them couldn't come, some of them then they became sick, but there's many of very, very important people that really are devoted and helped Guruji and the mission, so that we could all enjoy this. And every time I look, even Swami Aniruddha, I mean, you're not at 20, but you are at 18. Yeah, so you're almost there. Partha, you are at 20. How many years you know Guruji?
I met him in 1998. That's the last century. Last millennium, actually.
The last millennium.
So 27 years and Swami Kurunanda.
Same.
27 years, 27
yeah,
years.
I met Guruji and Partha together a few months after he met him.
Wow. So it's so, of course, Guruji's effort and everything it does is wonderful, because it helps so many people and all of us, but it's also thanks to all the effort that you guys put. And I remember when I came, because for me it's almost 10 years, not 20. And so I remember when I came, I saw all of that was built. It was through Guruji's effort and all the people that believe in him. So thank you. I believe from all of us that are here, thank you, and as if it's a big thank you to all the people like you have been involved for so long. 20, thank you.
Actually, you know, like you realize that it's a privilege. Like I see it as a privilege that we were allowed to be there, that Guruji gave us his friendship in the beginning and allowed us to be part of that. Of course, I wouldn't not have wanted to miss it, but the more you are with him, the more you realize that whatever you do is really him doing. And this is not a cliche. It's not something just to sound politically, spiritually correct. It really is like that. And so you are filled with gratitude to have witnessed this, how the mission began. Yeah.
Beautiful. And Partha, given that you met Guruji Paramseshvananda so long ago, can you share with us something from the old times, of the beginning of Bhakti Marga, and even when maybe wasn't there yet so cemented and clear?
Yeah, I was, when I saw that you guys, Italians, are moderating this show, I was inspired by basically more or less the first pilgrimage that Guruji or I undertook with Guruji together. We went to Italy, and and it was funny because on the way, when we were driving,
which year are we talking?
That was 1999. And so we were driving to Italy, and on the way I was pretending to know Italian. So I don't speak Italian, but and neither did Guruji, but of course he didn't know that I didn't know, so I was just acting as if I could speak Italian all the time, all trip. Like I was just using my French, and I made it sound a bit more Italian. And actually he was quite impressed. Yeah.
Show us like pizza.
Yeah, like I was using all these, cliches and stuff. Yeah. So Guruji coming like from Mauritius, like he was not so familiar. Yeah, and so all the time I was pretending to know Italian. So finally we arrived in Italy, and we went for dinner to some restaurant. And then, Guruji was asking me, so what is this here on the menu, and I started sweating a bit, and then the waiter came, and I was supposed to order, and of course I couldn't, speak Italian, so the whole thing, actually, my whole, story collapsed somehow.
Lie.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
lying.
And it was funny, and of course Guruji was laughing. And then I ordered a hot chocolate. And if in Switzerland, if you order hot chocolate, they bring you, milk with chocolate powder in it, and it's hot. And in Italy, they brought me a chocolate pudding, which was hot. So for me, it was completely strange. Like, why would I get this? And Guruji was like, you see what happens when you
pretend.
when you make stories. Yeah. And another funny thing that happened, just for that share with you, because when we went to Italy for first time, then in the kitchen they were talking, like the cook and the people, the waiters, they were talking. It was like a family-run restaurant, and they were talking and discussing. And then Guruji at some point was asking me, like, why are they fighting all the time? They're just shouting at each other all the time. And I said, no, this is normal. This is how Italians talk. So anyway, that was quite a funny first trip that we had there to Italy. It was like kind of the first pilgrimage, and yeah. So since it was Italy, I thought I'd share it with you guys.
So it shows how since 1999, Guruji's been traveling around to meet people and to engage with Europeans, and then everywhere in the world. He went to America, South America, all Asia. Like it's literally going everywhere, in Africa, everywhere.
Yeah, and what is amazing is that now, like, everybody can participate, like with the live streams and everything, like everybody can just join in and be there with him, which is really valuable.
He has become much more accessible, and as you said, like the stories show how Guruji was in the last millennium, like traveling, joking, funny, how he still is. In 2005. The mission was actually officially founded. No? That's why we celebrate also 20 years of Bhakti Marga. Swami Kuru, can you say the mission or Bhakti Marga has changed over the years? And if yes, how, according to your impression?
Maybe one thing first is that Guruji already told me in 1998 when I met him that his public mission will begin when he turns 27. So that it shows that he has a long-term plan. Often he makes it look like casual, random, but he knows exactly what he's doing, and he plays with us, and he playfully guides us along his long-term plan.
So for the ones who don't know, his age, in 1999, 6 years after, he would become 27, and that...
in 1998...
In 98?
Yeah, he said in when he turns 27, so
Which
that
was
was 7 years
2005.
later.
It
That
was 2005. Yeah,
exactly.
just to clarify
Well,
for the
we have a
people who don't
picture
know.
later on which we can show, or maybe they can even show it now, where you see him celebrating his 27th birthday. And no, it's not showing, but that's when the mission began. Actually, yeah, this is the picture. Yeah, this is when he turned 27, and that's when literally the mission, in a way, began when he went public. But as you pointed out, like he did already see a lot of people before, but there was still something more private about it. And then immediately after he turned 27, we went to the United States. It was an epic trip, like for 1 month. And yeah, it's interesting to see now, 20 years later, where the US has become, again, much more prominent. But it started, in a way, with the US then. And yeah, it was there, like, it was the first time that there were ads in magazines and things like that. It was becoming more professional, and I remember our reaction to like ads. Like it was something strange for us, like ads. And we said, why not? Like there's so many ads advertising stupid things. Why not advertise God? You know. So it was a shift.
I see. When I remember, for example, in 2013, when the logo was changing for the first time, I thought at the time it is only a logo change, but there was a very clear shift in the whole, in the whole mission, in the whole message of Guruji became more, like still playful, but also more clear and more strict about what it is about, and like that always stays very clear. What it is about, that was always clear, but the quality became always a little bit different over the years.
Yeah, I think I want to dwell on this because you asked about how the mission, whether the mission changed. Of course it has changed. It went through many phases, and we had the privilege to witness all of it from the early beginnings, going through waves, you could say. And I sometimes compare it with like what we do in Abhishekam, where we pour first milk, then yogurt, and then ghee. It's like, it's still milk, but it becomes more dense and more intense. And I would say that the mission has become more mature, as this program shows. Like, this is like light years of a difference from how the mission was back then. But at the core of it, at the heart, I think the spirit of Bhakti Marga is still the same. Because it's Guruji, and it comes from him. And I feel it's very important to never lose that, to always go back. That's why it's nice to remember those times, not to be nostalgic or to think, oh, back in the days it was better than now, you know, like that kind of, like when you grow older you start thinking like that. No, it's because there is that purity, that innocence of that spirit which we need to maintain. And that's why we are nostalgic about those times, because we associate it with that innocence, that playfulness, that intimacy with Guruji.
You want to say something?
Yeah, no, just to compliment, I remember our first live stream. Yeah, the first time Darshan was live streamed. I don't know the exact year. I remember it was in the Light Hall here in Nilaya. And it was just, we had a laptop and a little camera, you know, this USB camera. You stick it in a laptop and you just, somebody was just holding it in front of Guruji, and that was the live stream, you know.
That's great.
So that's how it started, basically. And now you can see all this. I mean, now people who are not here can't see it, but we can see like all the cameras and all the equipment. It's huge shift and development. Yeah.
It's a great development of the mission in these 20 years. And then we talked about the mission changing, Bhakti Marga, but there's no Bhakti Marga without Paramahansa Vishwananda, without Guruji. So sometimes I wonder, because what he told me in 2016 is still so valid now in 2025. And so I wonder, things that he told you in 1998, 1999, early 2000, I believe they're still valid, because Guruji changes. Maybe that's my question. Guruji does change, but does he really change?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you already answered your question somehow. Yeah, he doesn't, obviously he doesn't change, because what he stands for, who he is, doesn't change, is eternal. So he can't change. And like things maybe in the past he said them to me, or maybe more casual, you know, but it doesn't, the substance of it or the essence of it doesn't change at all. And it's funny now when I read, for example, Tatatmya Vedanta book, where everything is like really meticulously and very detailed, written down, and very, you know, professional, very, very scientific. And I recognize all the things he said in the past. I recognize his teaching. It's just, it wasn't so like, you know, like systematized, yeah, systematical. But yeah, it has never really changed, like his teaching and his essence.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's ultimately actually we are. The soul is the same, you know. The soul never changes, but it goes through outer changes. In his case, it's different in the sense that, yeah, he's never lost in the act of playing this whole game called life, but he does. While the essence is obviously the same, he has gone through phases himself, like almost like Krishna. You know, you have different versions of Krishna. And with Guruji, I see the same. Like there are certain things we cannot share publicly, but Guruji does play different roles at different times, we can say. So he's the same and yet not the same. It's very nuanced, and if you know him well enough, you can see that there is a difference. But ultimately, yeah, he is who he is.
Sounds like Tadatmya, the unity which allows accommodates difference.
But maybe one thing that comes to mind is that he said also in when we first, it was just when we shifted from Steffenshof, the first ashram, to here. This was in 2008. Guruji said, and it's just a general reminder not to take him for granted. He said something which was shocking at the time. He said, by the year 2015, I'm gone. He said it publicly. And people were shocked, some people were crying. And of course, you know, like imagine him saying this right now. And I happened to be on a trip with him just afterwards. We went to Greece and I asked him, Guruji, are you really leaving? I said, no, I'm going to leave when my job is done. But it was, he constantly like he has done this over time again, like played with that just to remind us that you never know how long I'm here, don't take me for granted. So he's been for a very long time already with us, but that doesn't mean, please don't take him for granted. That would be the biggest mistake. Every day with him is the most precious, and so keep that in mind as we move forward. We are celebrating 20 years, but who knows how many years are still left.
And I think that is actually the change which did happen, like you said before, in Krishna's life, from Bala Krishna, Dwarka Krishna, Gita Krishna, the Leela of viṭṭhala. There was changes in Paramahamsa Vishwananda which clearly showed going from almost the Bala Leela of like playing and just playing almost to becoming more royal, more clear, like Dwarka Krishna, Gita Krishna teaching and so on. So there's, I think there is many changes which have happened, but the essence always stays the same.
Yeah, I see a lot of these parallels actually, like in Guruji's life. Can we show the pictures quickly?
Yeah, sure. let's show the pictures you
just
prepared.
very. So this is part and me. Like, you see, like we look very different dress code. Guruji told us at the time to wear brown because it was like a neutral, non-assuming color.
I have to say that Swami Kuru was always my fashion icon before he became a brahmachari Swami. So he was always like latest fashion, very stylish. I learned a lot from him in those days, and I forgot it again.
Going to the next photo.
I'm not sure I succeeded. So.
Well, my life took over.
Do you recognize these young fellows there?
For the ones who don't know, there's a
Swami Keshava
Swami
and
Keshava
Rishi
and
Pankaj.
Rishi Pankaj.
Exactly. So you see how much time has passed. Next. This is the murtis of Lakshmi and Narayan, which established the first temple in Stephanshof, which are still with us also. It's just behind, actually.
Lakshmi Narayan.
Here he is.
Next.
So next. This is the, let's say, image of Stephanshof, iconic. That's like how it looked, the main house where Guruji lived.
Stephanshof is the old ashram before we moved to Sripati-Nilaya.
Next. This is Guruji celebrating actually his 30th birthday. This was another epic moment along the journey. Just before we moved here, this was the moment where the first Swamis were initiated. It was a great, great celebration. Swami Nashuya organized it. It was really an epic moment. Guruji enjoyed, as you can see. It gives you a little bit of the feeling that was present then. And this is like the arrival here. It looks a bit boring. So many pictures we could show, but just showing you how empty it looked, how deserted. It was like this place here was empty for 10 years and was waiting for us, actually. Somehow they couldn't find another buyer. And it was clear it was tagged for us. And Guruji examining the property, yeah. So.
Wow.
We have more pictures?
I thought...
As Guruji says, this is the house of the home of everybody, yeah? The abode of the Divine Mother, where it's the home of everybody.
And it's nice, like Swami Kuru said, like as if it was waiting for us. So Guruji came and took the place, just like he comes to all the people that wait for him. I remember meeting Swami Aniruddha in Assisi many years ago. I don't know which year it was.
2008.
2008. Yeah, and I remember Guruji was so happy when he met you, and then after the darshan he came to me and said, like, you know him, and I said, no, I don't know him. He said, yeah, you know him from like, past lives. I said, okay, you say so, I know him. But it was a nice moment.
Actually, it makes me remember, in both of your cases, Guruji turned to me and I said, what do you think about you living here, coming and moving here? And it was somehow sweet. I think back that he asked us for our opinion about you guys. And I know that if he asked me again about somebody, that means this person is going to play a big role, I think.
Would you still say yes?
Now that you know us.
Sorry, I cannot say this.
Now that you lived as our neighbor.
We are live.
Luckily, I said yes at the time.
So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
No, but really, thank you for... No, it was really the end of the section. It wasn't trying to cut for any specific reason. So, thank you. Really.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice, thanks for all the effort. And in perfect alignment with the celebration of these 20 years and what Bharat and Swami Kuru were telling us, now we will sing a Shabad. Risharadaka, you will explain it to us, that I think it's perfectly fitting for this segment.
It is. It is a beautiful composition from Saint Ravidas, who everybody knows as the Guru of... Okay, Mirabai. Thank you so much. The verse, the chorus says, "This life I now dedicate unto you. For many births I have been separated from you." So Guruji was very touched by this composition, like extra touched. Because he loved so many nice bhajans and shabads, but this one was very touching for him, so that he waited for the right moment. He always sent the bhajan to us and then we prepare, but he waited a little bit for the right moment. And he prepared this bhajan for the Sangha, first by asking the Prabhu Brahmacharis to sing all together in a darshan, and then all the Matajis Brahmacharinis to sing all together. And this gave such a nice feeling of
I'm really giving my life to my Lord. Guruji made clear it's not a brahmachari song. Everybody should sing this song. And he even was pushing people to sing after initiation. After you get initiation, you, with that heart full of love for God, you sing this. My Lord, I'm giving all my life to you. And that's the meaning of this bhajan. That's why Guruji likes it so much. It's the statement that you do to your Guru and God. My life now is yours.
जन्म तुम्हारे लेके जन्म तुम्हारे लेके जन्म तुम्हारे लेके जन्म तुम्हारे बहुत जन्म बिछड़े विचरते माधो बहुता जनमा विचरते माधो देह जन्म तुम्हारे लेके देह जन्म तुम्हारे लेके देह जन्म तुम्हारे लेके देह जन्म तुम्हारे बहुता जन्म विचरते माधो बहुता जन्म विचरते माधो देह जन्म तुम्हारे लेके 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 देह जन्म तुम्हारे लेके
श्री विठ्ठला गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः 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 श्री विठ्ठला गिरिधारी राधे राधे गोविंदा बोलो रे राधे राधे
Wow. Wow. And we're halfway through the year with this. It's so much it's happening. And what we have seen at the beginning, Risharadhaka, you're here. Welcome on this side of the studio, not on the musician side. We've seen at the beginning this festival, everybody throwing colors, singing on the stage. What is Just Love Festival?
For me, Just Love Festival is the climax of the year of the devotees, is where we celebrate the togetherness of the devotee's life, where we really get together and celebrate life as a devotee with the hearts. That's for me, Just Love Festival.
Wow. Just Love Festival was around now for 10 years. 10 years ago, 2025, Guruji asked first Just Love Festival to be made music festival with 2015, with amazing food, music, kirtan, the mantra, 3 days long, different programs. How has the festival changed? Has it changed over the years? Has the spirit stayed the same, or what is your feel?
In fact, the story starts 2 years before 2015. 2 years before, Guruji was like, we should do a big Kirtan festival in summer. And then it was getting closer. He said, no, we are not ready next year. And then again, the other year, we're getting closer. We should do a big Kirtan festival in summer. And then, oh no, next year. And then next year was the 10 years, just 10 years of Bhakti Marga. And Guruji said, now we do. With 10 years of Bhakti Marga celebration, we did our first Just Love Festival. And honestly, for me, the feeling is the same. Like the vibe of the festival, the way it feels like, it's always the same. It has evolved in many different ways. It has become definitely bigger, more professional, differently organized. As year by year, we always improve so many things. I mean, I'm always in the music, but observing everybody else from the teams. So the festival evolves and gets better and better in all small aspects of the festival, but the innocent feeling of it, for me, is always the same.
The essence stayed the same. I remember he was mentioning something about the Just Love Festival being a festival which gives so many people an opportunity to get in touch with spirituality in a very modern way, like music, good food, but without drugs, without alcohol, having fun and just enjoying life, enjoying the name of God, being the drug, basically, and the Sangha, and growing spiritually in a festival. It's something which is quite unique.
I think the best quote I ever got was from Gauravani, a singer that came as a guest in 2017. And he looked at us after his concert, and he said, the Just Love Festival is the first Bhakti festival that I go that is more Bhakti than festival.
Wow.
Oh, that's a cool quote. Nice. Yeah, so much is happening on Just Love Festival. There are so many ways you can interact with the divine name. You can interact with Guruji, because Paramahansa Vishwananda is around all the time. He just goes around, sings, talks. There
dances.
Are rituals, there are dances. He goes in the middle of the people and he's dancing. I mean, how many gurus of that rich go in the middle of the people to dance with them, it's unbelievable.
It's the coolest festival. Just by Guruji's presence, freely. Guruji, of course, now we do try to push him to sing and have his own Kirtan Bhajan set. But apart from that, he's just freely enjoying the festival and engaging with whoever he wants to engage for 5, 6 days, whatever, how long the festival is. But it's so amazing, that opportunity.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And for me, it's also like, jokingly, but it's a test of trust for me, just a festival, because at the end of the festival, all the artists go on the stage and everybody's dancing and singing at the same time and everybody's jumping. And you're there and you're thinking, oh my God, I really need to trust that everything is going to stay.
Trust the stage structure.
Yeah, I have to trust the stage. So what are the exciting news for next year, 2026, Just Love Festival? When is it happening?
Mark the date already, please, in your calendars. 24th until 29 of July. 29 is Guru Purnima. Okay?
Repeat.
24th till 29 of July and ends on Guru Purnima, 29th. These are the dates, and Guruji already confirmed 2 artists. And we are, for sure, by the end of January, have everything. I don't know, shall I?
You don't reveal anything.
Shall I reveal? Shall I don't reveal?
I don't know. Teaser. Give a teaser. Give a teaser.
One of them is already a Bhakti Marga favorite since he came last year, Balkrishna. Everybody was in love with his voice.
Very good.
And next one will be the first time she comes. She's a very prominent singer in Maharashtra, an Abhanga singer. And because on the 25th of July is Ashadhi Ekadashis. They were talking about the Varis and in Pandharpur. So that main day is on the second day of festival. And her name is Manjusha Patil. She has sung with people like Zakir Hussain, the god of tabla. She's a big name in Maharashtra and in India altogether. And Guruji was very happy picking her, choosing her for the festival.
Very nice. And many more will come. There's always, when these artists come, I see always the musicians do a lot of collaborations also. What were some major projects in Bhakti Marga music, Kirtan from 2025?
For me, it's nice to see 25 how YouTube has been always in the last years big, but Spotify finally took over. Like we've been like trying to convert, to bring the growth from YouTube into Spotify. Now Spotify has also really nice numbers. That's something that we by Guruji's grace, managed to achieve. And a very special thing is the collaboration with Saregama Bhakti. Saregama is the oldest music label of India and the top 3 music labels of India. So it's close to 100 years old, the label. And they contacted us because they recognize the relevance that we have in Kirtan worldwide. And we released already 1 video, 2nd video coming out 2nd of January in partnership with Saregama Bhakti, which is really like top leading music channel. So.
Yeah. Really amazing, because music obviously is one of the, like, singing the name of God is one of the main practices in Bhakti Yoga, in Bhakti Marga. And everybody is encouraged to jump into this world because it brings a lot of joy and it's a beautiful way of growing spiritually and deepening this love relationship with God through music. And it's now, I will use this moment to step over to the other side of the country, of the world, the USA, because also in the USA, more and more, we bring the name of God, the message of Paramahamsa Vishwananda, and with that, thank you, Rishi
Maybe
Radhaka.
before we go to the next video, you want to say the last thing?
Just saying goodbye by reminding everybody what Guruji said last year in the darshans and what he said to the music coordinators in all the music centers of Bhakti Marga. Guruji wants that every big city of the world has a Kirtan Sangha. So start moving and make Kirtan everywhere in the world.
Haribol! With that said, let's jump
Let's play
to
the video.
the United States.
कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, 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 कोई नाम न जाने मेरा। कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए, कहो नानक सब तेरे बजाए, कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए, कहो नानक सब तेरे बजाए, नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई 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 नाम न जाने मेरा। तुझ आगे अरदास हमारी, जियो पिंड सब तेरा, तुझ आगे अरदास हमारी, जियो पिंड सब तेरा, कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए, 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 नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा। बिसरे तन सबका लागो, चिन्ह आवे तन सेवा, तू बिसरे तन सबको लागो, चिन्ह आवे तन सेवा, अवर ना हो दूजा सूझे, सोचा अलग बेला, अवर नाथ हो दूजा सूझे, साचे अलग बेला, कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए, 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 नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, कोई नाम न जाने मेरा, चित्त आवे तन सदा दयाला, लोगन क्या बेचारे, चित्त आवे तन सदा दयाला, लोगन क्या बेचारे, बुरा भला कहो कि किसनो कहिए सगले जी तुम्हारे बुरा भला कहो किसनो कहिए सगले जी तुम्हारे कहो नानक सब तेरी बदहाई कहो नानक सब तेरी बदहाई नाओ न जाने तेरा कोई नाओ न जाने तेरा कोई नाओ न जाने तेरा कोई नाओ न जाने तेरा तेरी देख तेरा थारा हाथ देखो लगा के तेरी देख तेरा थारा हाथ देखो राखे जिस जनाओ पर तेरी कृपा जिसको बेपना को भरमाए जिस जनाओ पर तेरी कृपा जिसको बेपना को भरमाए कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा ओ सुख ओहा बनाई जो प्रभ जी मन पानी ओ सुख ओहा बनाई जो प्रभ जी मन पानी तुन धन सब मन आंगन नाम मिले रगमानी तू धन तो सब मेहरावन नाम मिले रगमानी कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा तुझ आगे अरदास हमारी जियो पिंड सब तेरा तुझ आगे अरदास हमारी जियो पिंड सब तेरा कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए तेरी बजाए तेरी बजाए तेरी बजाए तेरी बजाए तेरी बजाए कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा, कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा, कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा, कोई नाओ न जाने मेरा। कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाए, तेरी बजाई, 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 तेरी बजाई। कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाई, कहो नानक सब तेरी बजाई, नाओ न जाने मेरा, कोई 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 नाओ न जाने मेरा। सतगुरु महाराज की
So nice. So nice.
Amazing.
I mean, we watch his videos and everybody's always so happy, smiling, enjoying. I mean, Guruji himself says he will bring challenge because the Sadguru is the one who brings challenges in order for you to change. But there is that beauty of what you get out of that challenge and that release, that happiness, that joy that comes.
Well, when you know that the challenge is a gift to make you grow, then you can embrace it with a smile.
So nice. And it was so beautiful to see everything Guruji was doing in America. And that's why we are connecting directly to America with our brothers that are on Zoom.
Swami Ravatikanta,
Jai Gurudev,
Rishi Jai Gopal, Swami Tulsidas,
hello.
Jai Gurudev.
Wow.
Gurudev, Happy New Year.
It's a standing ovation. Jai Gurudev, how are you guys?
We're doing good. How are you?
We were very good. We had a great time going through everything that happened this year. So we've seen so much happening, and I think the first question I would like to ask is, overall, when you look at it this year, what's the conclusion about Bhakti Marga in America, Guruji in America?
I think it's a big change, big transformation. I mean, it's just Guruji committing himself in a completely different way to America. For the American people, it's been a complete difference. For us who have moved there, it's been a complete difference. It's just change, change, change. And of course, all of it for the better. It's all about getting Guruji to touch more hearts, be in more people's lives. And it's exciting. It's an exciting time for America, for the American people, and hopefully for Bhakti Marga as a whole.
He looked very happy in those videos. Was he that happy?
He was. Yeah, Guruji was happy. He liked it. Which, you always want to double check these things because he says he likes everywhere. And then you check 1 week later, 2 weeks later, because that's when things might start coming out. But no, he stayed consistent. He really enjoyed it. It was a wonderful time. And the people, they were super happy too. So, I mean, generally, it was just a really happy time.
Yeah, it was an amazing time. For you guys, how do you see the difference in spreading Guruji's love and grace over there compared to Europe and what you did before here in Europe?
I mean, honestly, for me, the biggest difference is culture, and how little they've had Guruji. And so because they haven't had Guruji all that much and they're further away physically, it's a completely different people. It's a different soil, so to speak, right? And so it's a little different. When we're in Europe, you go to places where people have met Guruji or have easy access to Guruji. And so I think a lot of that is about just nurturing those relationships, furthering those relationships, deepening their understanding about Guruji, whereas here it's introducing Guruji to people. It's bringing Guruji to people for the first time. It's, unlocking those minds and hearts to be receptive to him in the right way. And it's a different challenge. It's a different experience. It's not so much continuing something, it's starting something. And both are beautiful in their own way.
Yeah, while you say building up something, it's really amazing. I was there seeing how everything has been built up. Swami Tulsidas, the whole crew in Almyra, the ashram, how it has developed, the amazing temple. And now there's this new center which is being created in New York. Swami Revati, I think you are also mainly involved in that. Can you give us an update on that center in New York?
Yeah, it's exciting. We got the keys yesterday, and we are opening to the public in about a week's time. We're going to do a Satyanarayana Puja there on the 2nd of January, but 5th of January is when the public events start. And so we're opening a center in Manhattan, across the street from Madison Square Garden, and Bhakti Marga, New York City. That's what it is. We'll have daily programming.
And that center is going to be for Bhakti Marga events. It's going to be for third parties. It's a center which incorporates the teaching of Guruji and is open for also other spiritual seekers.
Yeah, it's a spiritual center. It's a community center. It's a cultural center. It's a wellness center. It's really about having a space where people can come and practice their yoga, do the classes with us, Om chanting, Kirtan nights, but of course also friends and partners and devotees who practice different professions in the space. They will come and use the space there to reach out to people. And so in a way, it provides a platform for the devotees to do their work and to do their service, receiving new people. It's just really a bit of an outpost for everything that we've got going on in Bhakti Marga.
So nice. And for all the people watching, maybe you are in America or you're going to go to America and to New York more specifically. In the description, might not be there yet, but in the description of this video, there's the link to the Telegram channel of Bhakti Marga America. And I'm sure that very soon you will be updating everybody on when the activities are happening in the entire America and more specifically on the center in New York, right?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you for the updates. And now, Swami Tulsidas, I remember many years ago, Jai Gurudev, many years ago, I met you outside of your door, and I tried to convince you on the positions of the chakras, of where the chakras were. And you schooled me very sweetly on where they actually were and what Guruji was teaching. Yeah. So for me, you have always been so much involved in Atma Kriya Yoga, and this year something incredible happened. The Guruji was teaching during Soul Awakening about Atma Kriya Yoga to the people. Yeah, so can you tell us about that experience? How was it? What was the impact? It looked online, it looked amazing.
It was amazing. Guruji hasn't taught Kriya like this since he originally taught back in 2007. And to be able to sit in a room with a bona fide Kriya master, because that's what all Soul Awakening is about. Soul Awakening is kind of the English translation of Atma Kriya, to help more people here in America who don't know Guruji be interested. But to sit and learn Kriya from a bona fide Kriya master is unheard of. It's not the same from learning from us, Kriya teachers, where we're just mimicking what Guruji has said. But to learn from someone who knows all of the Kriyas. This is not even all of Babaji's disciples know all of the Kriyas. And so it's super unique. What Guruji was giving was insights he has never given before. And also to be directly initiated by a Kriya master is, people long for that for lifetimes. I mean, it felt so monumentous. To all of us who have been able to watch Kriya over all these years. So many Kriya teachers came. It was amazing. Incomprehensible, the grace that was given that day. Wow.
And for people who are watching and maybe they don't know what Atma Kriya Yoga is, can you just very briefly say what it is and how important it is for spiritual seekers?
Yes, Atma Kriya Yoga is meditation techniques that very much work on awakening our bhakti, our personal relationship with God. I mean, to directly quote Guruji, Atma Kriya Yoga is all about the love relationship between us and Bhagavan, us and God. It is very easy. Everybody can do it. Doesn't matter if you meditate 8 hours a day or you meditate 5 minutes a day. The Guru's grace is there, Babaji's grace is there. And to quote Babaji, whoever practices it sincerely, this is their last life. Everybody should learn it. It is awesome. We got some pranayamas, we got some asanas, we got some chakra meditations. It's amazing.
And now, if somebody would like to learn Atma Kriya Yoga, because I'm absolutely agreeing with everything what you say, not that I could disagree, but as you know, we had many discussions. We love our Atma Kriya Yoga practice, and it is truly bottomless once you jump from the mere technique to taste the essence of what is infused in the Shaktipat given by Gurudev. If somebody wants to learn Atma Kriya Yoga, what would be a good approach? How could they learn? Where can they find out? And yeah, what are the different ways of getting in touch and learning about Atma Kriya?
So the easiest way, of course, is bhaktimarga.org or bhaktimarga.us, where there's lots of information about Atma Kriya Yoga. Also, who to contact. Or if you know any devotees or any Atma Kriya teachers, they'll point you in the right direction. And of course, Guruji was so happy to teach again. I was over the moon when he said he'll teach it twice in 2026. So actually, he'll be doing Soul Awakening in June 6 to 9 in Sri Pittanalaya, and also September 24 to 26 here at the Pariniti Narasimha Center. So bhaktimarga.org, bhaktimarga.us, speak to any devotee, any Atma Kriya teacher, and they'll point you in the right direction and how you can learn directly from Guruji, which is, I genuinely don't have words. It is astronomical, cosmic grace and blessings.
Yeah, that's obvious. Very, very nice. It's the best way if you can learn directly from Gurudev himself. There's also the possibility to learn online for those who want to join the Soul Awakening online and then receive the Shaktipat at a later point, the initiation at a later point. If somebody really can't join the Soul Awakening, there is many teachers out in the world who can also teach there. A course lasts about a weekend, and you get all the techniques, all the practices, and there's many ways. So if there's the willingness, as Swami Tulsidas said, you can actually make that 40 centimeters journey from the beginning to the end with those techniques. It's truly the best.
And if I may add, the Kriya is with you for the entire life that you have. So even just now, a few days ago, doing my Kriya and new inspirations are awakening. And it's so amazing. It is not just a cut and dry technique that you learn once, practice for a little bit and get bored with it. After all of these years, I'm still being inspired, and for sure that's the same for everyone. So go learn, everybody. It's amazing.
It's great also that you don't need to be at any specific level of stage of your spiritual life. You could be on the spiritual path since many, many years, or maybe just randomly arriving on this YouTube video and hearing it for the first time. So there's no reason why you should not get initiated into Atma Kriya Yoga, and no reason why not to participate in Soul Awakening and learn directly from somebody that is the direct embodiment of Atma Kriya Yoga. So yeah, the dates will be in the link in the description again, but maybe you want to repeat them.
June 6 to 9 in Sri Pittanalaya, that's Germany, and September 24 to 26 here in New York, the Pariniti Narasimha Center. All of us would be happy to have you there or here. And like Swami Aniruddha said, it's also online, So if you're unable to travel, you can learn online also.
Awesome. Thank you, Swami Tulsidas. And talking about the center there, where Soul Awakening will happen, Rishi Jayagopal, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
And you are particularly involved in the construction and the changes, together with many others, of course, but all of the development of the Paraniti Narasimha Center there and everything that is happening around there. So maybe you can update us.
Yeah, so the community here locally is growing. Also, Guruji visiting every year for twice this year, hopefully also twice next year. Soul Awakening happening here every year. We're going to have a Sri Yantra course also here. So we have more and more needs for physical capacities to be increased here and improved. So the ashram is being renovated. The accommodation is there being expanded also for, in order to be able to accommodate more guests. The temple is getting some improvements. And of course, there's a whole new Sangha space that is being built next door to the temple, where we have this big auditorium where Guruji gave Soul Awakening this year, and we'll do it next year. We're gonna build a new cafeteria there, big kitchen, some more rooms for the guests. And things are going really well. We have a small construction team here, but very dedicated, very hardworking, very competent. I'm really happy with how things are going.
Sounds super amazing. If anybody feels like to support this whole effort, which is done in the US or anywhere in the world, again, you're most welcome to support it with your physical presence or with your donations. The link is in the description, and everything what you contribute will go for the benefit to everybody by increasing those centers, by making more and more such oases which help people to grow in the love for God and to spread the grace and the love of Paramahamsa Vishwananda on this beautiful path, Bhakti Marga. That said, we have here physically with us Rishika Bhagashri. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
So Rishika Bhagashri is partially in the US, partially here. We have spent many years living together here in the ashram, working together also. So there's a lot of organization for the events, and also this time in the US you played a big role in organizing the tour of Guruji through the US, which I think was quite an interesting experience. Can you share?
It was super, super sweet. I think I always say that, but it was so interesting. Organizing a tour at this moment in Guruji's, I don't want to call it a career. I don't think gurus have careers, but at this moment in his mission, he's so great. He's already so vast, and we all know who he is already. And I think what I really found so sweet was this coming to America, where it was a new frontier, and it really felt like he was heading west, if you will. And Riverside, we did a darshan in a national church that's famous in America, Martin Luther King and all sorts of dignitaries, JFK. They've all spoken there. And when Guruji walked into this place, it was truly, truly epic. The word was just epic. And 1,300 people all knew. I think that's what also shocked me. I don't remember an event where I went somewhere and I said, I don't know any of these people, and they're all meeting him for the first time, and all walks of life, typical New Yorkers, no?
And the most amazing thing, what I heard, New Yorkers have such a quick life. Normally they don't wait for anything, but they were actually staying there and waiting to receive the blessing, and they were completely engrossed in that atmosphere.
Exactly, they did. And it was exactly that. I mean, New Yorkers that walked in, one lady said, I need to talk to to your master about my rent control. I'm so fed up with my landlord. I mean, it was typical New Yorkers walking in and saying, I need divine grace for my rent control. I need divine grace because my life isn't working. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful, magnanimous. If anyone has the chance to come as an observer, really, you have to see it. Really great.
Amazing. And so in 2026, Rishi Jayagopal and the Swamis already mentioned that Guruji will be there twice, in springtime and afterwards, or in summertime and then in autumn again. Can you repeat or elaborate a little bit on the tour and on the programs in more detail, what is going to happen?
Yeah, so the tour west continues. Guruji is conquering the states, if you will. So in April, end of April, he'll do Chaturdashi, Narasimha Chaturdashi at the Parinitya Narasimha Temple. And again, I think if you've seen the temple, it's
just breathtaking.
Beautiful.
It's
Yeah.
so much love inside. It's crazy.
It's breathtaking. It's really interesting to see and something to experience. So he'll be there in April, and then he'll tour around the States. He stops in Miami again. New Orleans this year is on the map for mid-May. So if you're in New Orleans to the Great Easy, what is it? The Big Easy? Is that what they call it? You can come there for darshan. Guruji has said he just wants to meet the people and see New Orleans. He's very curious. So there must be someone there for him to meet. And he'll also go to Long Beach this year, to the temple there in California with Swami Sridhar. That's all in May. And to the New York Center as well.
California, Long Beach is also where the Nitya Mahima Panduranga Temple is, a very beautiful temple.
Exactly.
Which Guruji has initiated some years back.
Yes. So that will be May. And then in September, he comes back with more time in Elmira Ashram, and he'll be giving the Sri Yantra course again, which it's been a few years since he's done that here. So that will be sweet to re-experience.
It's an amazing opportunity, because when the master teaches the depth about the Sri Yantra, which is the Raja Yantra, and in the end also initiates in the Panchadakshari mantra, which is a very secret mantra, a very powerful mantra. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Really, if you can, it's a great opportunity.
Absolutely. And of course, we recognize, travel isn't always possible. So of course, the online variation of all the courses is possible. And now with Bhakti Plus, I think you'll even be able to have it afterwards, no?
Yes. We will come to that
very
later.
Oh,
But that's a teaser. Very
That's
good.
a teaser, the Bhakti Plus. So then you can have access afterwards. So Sri Yantra, and then again in the middle of September, he'll do the darshan again at the Riverside Cathedral. So in case you'd like to come, it's gorgeous, of course. And then at the end of the month, we have Soul Awakening offered again at the temple.
At the ashram in Elmira. Great.
Thank you, Rishika, for telling us how to find him, and for the guys that we abandoned on Zoom without.
I don't know if they were gone. Are you gone? Otherwise,
maybe.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know.
Well, I take you in the conversation. For me, you're part of this conversation. You're just not physically present.
I felt hard cut.
Yeah. I think
maybe,
hard.
guys, it's interesting to know. We told, and in the description you find all the ways to find Guruji, but I know you're also super active there. So how can the people who are watching and are in America, how can they get to know about your activities?
The best would be, of course, the newsletter. So you can go to bhaktimarga.us to sign up for that. And of course, we have activities twice a day, every day here in the center in Elmira. We would love to have you, host you. Ashram like Sri Piti Nilaya, so we have rooms. Come and stay. We love you all. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a great end of the year and then the next year. It was very nice to see you.
Thank you very much, and apology if I cut you. And before
Happy New Year.
before we move on to the next segment, I think there's also some program in Canada.
Yes, I just didn't want to forget because this last year was so, again, I know I'm always gushing, but really, Radhastami in Canada, I think this is our only Radha temple that we have.
It's
isn't
not just
it?
Radha, it's Radha and the Astasaki, and I think it's one of the only and definitely the most beautiful temple.
Guruji came back. I didn't get to go. So I was, and actually I told Guruji, I said to him, it was the first time in almost 20 years that I've known him that I was sad to miss an event. I think everybody knows I'm always in the kitchen and I don't go to anything. And this was the first time I said, oh my God, I missed something. I missed it. He came back glowing. He came back singing her name. He was in Bhav, like I think at least 2 days afterwards in the temple. I have chills just thinking about it. Really, it was so beautiful. Really, really.
So that is also going to be during the program in the United States. He will obviously also go to Canada and do different programs in Toronto, in Vancouver, I think maybe, and in Calgary even might happen this year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Rishika.
Bhagashi.
Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev.
Nice. Let's watch the next video. So inspiring to see how Guruji can really involve everybody. Any age, any place where you come from, any culture. It's just so much as if it's part of everything, as if it's giving, I don't know, it's so beautiful.
The image where he made the tilak on that lady.
So sweet, so sweet. We've seen that Guruji went in many places in this section of the video, in this part of the year. And towards the end, we have seen that he was in Bali. When he was in Bali, Guruji gave his second, or actually third commentary on the Gurugita. And for the ones of you who are watching and you don't know, the Gurugita is very simply put, is a compilation of verses that talks about the glory of the Guru, the spiritual master. The Guru is the one that removes the darkness that we have inside of us. And we are not darkness. Like, we are the light of the soul, but the mind is clouding our beauty, our shininess with the darkness, with our thinking processes and all of this. And so the Guru comes and removes that darkness and helps us to transcend the limitations of the mind and all the problems and anxieties. And it does that with all of the things we have been talking about for the past 4 hours. Yeah, all these meditation techniques, the mantra, the recitation of the mantra, singing the holy name, the association with people who are like-minded. And that is so beautiful.
Yeah, the Guru Gita, the song of the Guru, as it beautifully starts, where Ma Parvati asks Shiva, what is the secret of devotion? And then Shiva personally explains the greatness of the true master and the importance of the Sadguru. And hearing those teachings through the mouth of the true master is, it's just deeply transformative and inspiring. So
we prepared a short video. Guruji spoke for hours and hours and days. We put together some minutes of some of the essence of what Guruji was saying so we can watch it together.
The Sri Guru Gita is a compilation of verses dedicated for the veneration of the Guru. Both one embodied Guru as well as the Guru Tattva, the Guru principle. And the latest thing is ChatGPT, the new Guru. The G there, probably the G stand for Guru also, no? The Sadguru is actually the divine who has lowered himself to a human standard. That beautiful Sri Hari take birth to be close to everyone. He come as a Sadguru to walk this earth with us, to give us endless joy in his presence, to remind us continuously of the ultimate love which we all have deep within, to make us realize our true nature as Satchidananda, to make us aware of our eternity with him. That Sadguru is the best of everything. The Sadguru come to the Bhakta when the Bhakta is ready. The Atma sent an email to Bhagavan that I am ready. Where are you? Please come. When the Atma is calling, the Guru will find an excuse to go there. Any excuse, just for one person. You have worked through countless of lives to reach the point where you can meet the Sadguru. To be with the Sadguru, it's a different reality. How can someone whom we can see, talk to, associate with in person, also be someone who holds the entire universe within himself? He chose to hold the physical body as an anchor to establish the kingdom of love in this world. Is like an antenna of all divine, mystical, and spiritual energy. So to have that incredible blessing of being in the presence of the living Master is to see that eternal face of the Supreme God Himself. When one has darshan of the Sadguru, one has darshan of that Supreme Lord Himself. The grace of the living Master, the Sadguru, is extremely important when undertaking one's spiritual journey. The grace have long manifest in one life, even before we knew that it was Him. It is the Sadguru who illumine the spiritual path. It is the Sadguru that remove the darkness and teach one how to realize and know the self. The Sadguru is capable of taking one to the ultimate. The guidance, wisdom, and love are unique for each person according to that person's own nature. We don't see 99.9% of what the Sadguru does. Very often people think that, yes, we are serving the Sadguru. Actually, no. The Sadguru is the one which is in eternal service to the Bhakta. He's constantly under the Bhakta, pushing them up. Don't think that the Guru doesn't know what he is doing or what he's saying. Even when giving darshan for a single second or handing over what seems on the outside as mud, in reality, his presence alone is enough to transform the entire atmosphere into divine love. Lifetime upon lifetime of pain can be dissolved in just an instant glance. And centuries of penance, prayers, and longing can be fulfilled within a split second. There is absolutely nothing higher than the continuous experience of loving and being loved by the Guru. You think that it is easy, because the Guru is very accessible, very nice to you, you come to this fancy island, it becomes very easy. But it is not. You have to invest yourself into your relationship with the Sadguru. You have to make the effort to walk on the path shown by him. You have to surrender your mind and let him show you a greater reality. It may sound very simple and easy to just love, but the road of love is the most obscure because it is the one least travels on. The moment we are talking about love, we put our own condition to it. Remembering the Guru, praising the Guru, bowing down to the Guru, serve the Guru. If our mind can resolve around him, then all difficulties can be overcome. The name of the Sadguru means also the mantra which the Sadguru has given. It's not just the name of the Sadguru, it's a mantra which you have to chant. Please don't come and ask me, Guruji, can I chant your name, all these things now? I'm basically clear, you chant viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namaha. That's what you chant. Okay? Wherever you are, bow down, bear in mind that the Sadguru is present in front of you. In any situation you are in, remember that you are not alone. The Sadguru is carrying you, caring for you at that moment. Where the Sangha come together, the Guru is present. If we can help the mind to accept the mantra, my Guru is always with me. He loves me unconditionally. Anything that comes or goes is with his permission. It is for our benefit. It have complete faith in him and surrender to his love. In the midst of challenges, you should become more strong in your sadhana, in your trust in the Guru, knowing that he is the one which is sending that challenges and he is the one who will hold on to you when we are aligned completely to love, no matter what the Sadguru says or does, we will only see his reality of unconditional love and realize that whatever he does is for the upliftment and the realization and freedom of the Bhakta. The disciple become colored by the light of the Guru when one comes closer and closer to him through love. That is also our Vedanta. When you go through the Tadatmya Vedanta, you will learn about that. The world have been enclosed within the darkness of their ignorance. You are the light of the Sadguru in the world. Shine forth that light and help others to find the way to their heart. You need the pomo? Here. Oh, her. So, please don't pretend. They will all start coughing. So glory be to the Sadguru who truly cares in every way for the Bhakta.
So nice.
Very nice. Amazing. The Gurugita in Bali. And on that note, we have another bhajan. Myron, can you explain what it is about?
Yes, so this Shabad has a very sweet melody. One of my favorites that Guruji sings. Satguru tumare kaja savare. Guru Arjan is saying, he's celebrating actually. He's saying the Guru is taking care of my life so intimately, so sweetly. All my concerns are being resolved and he is granting me success. And I think when I read the meaning of this Shabad is Guru Arjan, he's not just celebrating the love of the Guru, which is like the sun universally shining on everyone. He's celebrating the affection of the Guru. There's a difference. That the Guru is affectionate to him, actually intimately invading his whole space and his whole life and taking care of everything. And everything becomes a leela. Everything becomes a play and he's witnessing the constant moment-to-moment glory of his Guru. And so it's a real celebration of a Shabad that from Guru Arjan and with a very, very sweet melody. Jai Gurudev.
सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे
सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे
तेरे घर बैसो हर जन प्यारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे
घर बैसो हर जन प्यारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे
सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे तुम्हारे काज सवारे दुष्ट धूर्त परमेश्वर मारे दुष्ट धूर्त परमेश्वर मारे जन की बेजार रखी करता रे जन की बेजार सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। बादशाह शासक बस कर दीने, बादशाह शासक बस कर दीने। अमृत नाम महा रस पीने, अमृत नाम महा रस पीने। अमृत नाम महा रस पीने, नाम महा रस पीने। अमृत नाम महा रस पीने, नाम महा रस पीने। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। निर्भय होए भजो भगवाना, निर्भय होए भजो भगवाना। साधु संगत मिले तीनों दान, साधु संगत मिले तीनों दान। साधु संगत मिले तीनों दान, मिले तीनों दान। साधु संगत मिले तीनों दान, मिले तीनों दान। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। शरण परे प्रभ अंतर्यामी, शरण परे प्रभ अंतर्यामी। नानक होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी, नानक होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी। नानक होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी, होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी। नानक होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी, होठ पकड़े प्रभ स्वामी। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। तेरे घर बैसो हरि जन प्यारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। तेरे घर बैसो हरि जन प्यारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु तुम्हारे काज सवारे, तुम्हारे काज सवारे। सतगुरु Satguru tumhare kaaj savare, 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 tumhare kaaj savare. Satguru tumhare kaaj savare, tumhare kaaj savare.
Wow, the Sadguru takes care of all your tasks and grants success. Really amazing. And the amazing thing is, all of what we saw so far is we are having all of this also live, online, and that's why Ramesh with us is here.
Jai
We are,
Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, we are live. Like,
Yeah.
what does that mean? What does it mean?
Jai Gurudev, everybody can see us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great, isn't it?
It's amazing.
And it's kind of Bhakti Plus.
What is Bhakti Plus?
Bhakti Plus is the topic we're going to talk about.
Okay, then I have something else on my notes here. What is Bhakti Plus? Please tell me.
So it's, in a nutshell, Guruji's online presence in the future to come. So be with Guruji anywhere, always, and having him live in your pocket.
So basically, everything on one place where you can see Guruji, have him live, have all that what we saw, Gurugita, pilgrimages, everything which is turning around Paramahamsa Vishwananda, you can find in one place only?
Let's put it like this. I'm really happy to be here to present Bhakti Plus on behalf of his complete media and content team. We came up with a nice video. Guys, if you could play it now, I think it's without words. Just let us watch the short introduction video about Bhakti Plus all together.
Grant us. Accordez-nous ce bonheur.
Даруйте нам это счастье.
Conceda-nos esta felicidade.
Wow.
Awesome.
Awesome. I love this. So I can see many features which you're probably going to tell us soon, but why was this created? Why?
We got 5 minutes to go. Let us run quickly back in the days. 2019, we remember Guruji was, if you want to see Guruji, you need to come to a physical event, right?
Absolutely.
And then came, the world changed, and everything went digital to a certain extent, and also his teams and all his offerings became available on a digital platform. And as we know, platforms don't belong to us. You remember when you called me?
Absolutely, I remember, yeah.
What happened?
Well, the whole YouTube crashed. I couldn't access anymore.
So that's the answer, Bhakti Plus. So we have a responsibility. We need to make his teachings, and he said it later in a satsang, right? That the Sadguru is within his teachings, and our Dharma and our Seva is also to make all of this future ready, and therefore we need to create our own solution, which we own, where we own the content, and where we can customize his life presence and all what he already gave to all of us. So that's, in a nutshell, Bhakti Plus. Swami Akash, you have also been involved deeply.
Yeah, and that's why it happened, because as you were saying, first of all, we have to understand that Guruji digitally talking is one of the most available gurus. So we have seen in the videos that he's incredibly available physically to people. And then digitally, like you don't see the other gurus at that level, like we're talking about top level. Paramahansa Vishwananda is at the top level. You don't see them so much, they're not that available. But when we talk about Paramahansa Vishwananda, we talk about hours of Zoom looking at people, talking directly to people, giving endless content and lectures to thousands of people everywhere in the world, blessings, rituals. He has an equipe that travels with him and is filming everything that he's doing so that then it can become content so that everybody can enjoy what he's been giving to everyone. And that's something that it doesn't really happen. So when we said virtual pilgrimage, literally, virtual pilgrimage was never put together almost in the spiritual context, because what does it mean? You don't need to go to India. You can sit in Portugal or in Argentina and you can watch the guru, listen to what he says, as close as being sitting on the same bus as he is. How many people can have that? That's what I'm saying. Like, the digital possibility you have with Paramahansa Vishwananda, with Guruji, means that you actually can be as close as I am to you, Swami, and he can literally speak to you at this distance. He speaks to us at the distance of a camera with super high quality microphones in a high quality platform with invaluable content.
Yeah, well, if you think what Bhakta and Swami Kurunanda before said, the first live stream of a darshan with a laptop and a camera, and it actually was starting with, like you said, when the COVID time hit, how Guruji said, I want to stay connected with my devotees, with the world, and he started to be every day online, chanting with the people, satsang, and like that, the prayers in the ashram, every day. I want this to be streamed. I want this to be live. I want people everywhere to have the benefit of all of this, which then created all this, what we, at least we from this side, see here, cameras and people who are recording and this whole technological world behind. It's amazing.
It's amazing, and all of this comes with costs. I also need to just...
Yeah, experience, because Rameshwaras, you've been involved in like digital media for a lifetime.
Since 2018.
Yeah, and this is what you've been doing, so you know how much there is behind, like the cost behind the effort, how many people are involved.
A lot, continuously, 24/7. And reflecting upon it, I was asking myself, what does it actually mean now to have Bhakti Plus in the comfort of my home, to be with Guruji, to get a notification when he goes live. There have been certain tiers offered, right? We have a live tier, which is by 15 euros on a monthly basis, which consists of Guruji goes live. I might have a special, and also in daily satsang, where I can actually finally, without any distraction, listen to it and replay it and find it easy and quickly, or I just want to study a little bit deeper, then I go to the premium tier, which is by 45 euros now for the beginning. And there also, like, as you said before, I can go participate on a virtual pilgrimage with him. I can really dive into one of his commentaries, which he gave. And everything is always available without any distraction, any algorithm, no risk that anything's going to be lost. And by doing it, I also support others to make him available on a global scale, let's say. And of course, also to say this, everything comes with bugs, and we need to learn it, and we are doing it on the fly. Like, we had his prayer lately on the platform, like we tested all the players and the servers and the bandwidth and translation and subtitles and whatever comes along with it. It's quite a lot, and it's quite fun and also a challenge. So please bear with us. We're doing our almost best to really present him in the best and most accurate way, digitally speaking. And sooner than later, once both apps are being verified and finally approved and tested from the team here in Sri Pittinilaya, and we are brave enough to go live, everybody gonna get a notification, and then we take it from there together, right?
Yeah, and the features are mind-blowing, to be honest. I mean, I've been part of the testing phase, so, you know, being so involved in the knowledge department, I have to look for his quotes. We had the books earlier, and we have to look through his transcripts and what he said, when he said it. And normally it's not tedious, but you always have to write to somebody that stored everything, that again invested a lot of time to transcribe it, to check it, to fix it. And now we're not talking about one person, we're talking about it becoming only checking English. Right now for Bhakti Plus, we have a team of more than 25 people. Only for checking Guruji's transcription of the more than 400 satsangs he gave until 2023. So we're talking just...
Till 23.
Yeah, the last couple of years, and then there are more, and they just keep going. Like Guruji doesn't actually stop talking. He says, I will live in my teachings. My teachings are important for everybody and for the future. And so there is the search functionality where you just write a keyword, and then you will find the satsang where Guruji mentions that, and then you click and it will send you on that part of that video. So if he mentions it in 40 minutes while he talks, and you want to know, the other day I wanted a quote for my satsang for something that Guru Nanak said. I just wrote Guru Nanak, and then he skimmed through all the library of videos, went on Guru Nanak, and I could click, and he goes straight to when Guruji says, Guru Nanak said.
I love that feature.
Yeah,
I love that feature.
For sure. And I mean, you're German, we're Italians. Aniruddha speaks 6, 7 languages, but the point is that we speak English. So Guruji is approachable for us. We can talk to him and we can receive his teachings digitally in English when he speaks. But it's been a challenge for many other people who don't speak English as a language, and they don't speak the major languages that we translate. And so on Bhakti Plus, you find more than 20 languages that are not just automatically transcribed by our AI, because everybody in the world uses AI. You can say, oh, I have transcription on YouTube. Yeah, Instagram is doing the same. I'm not going to say no, but is the AI and the prompting of YouTube and Instagram perfectly arranged around Guruji's satsang? Basically, is built to understand what Guruji is saying?
Absolutely not, I can tell you, because my YouTube was down and I have a YouTube channel, and when I just make automatic subtitles,
it doesn't work. I remember when we did it once.
It sounds quite weird what we say sometimes.
And it's not only that, that's why I wanted to just clarify, is that, and that's why it really comes with a lot of effort and of course costs. Like people who are in the digital environment, they know how much a server costs. We don't have one server. We have so many servers. There's so much content to store it. All these processing, they're expensive. And also, it's not just the expenses of the subscriptions and all the companies we work with, but humans. You know, the service of so many people. And the AI is going to check, but then you have the humans checking English. And then the algorithm will translate it in all the languages, and then you will have translators checking if it's right. So the final product who arrives on your phone, on your laptop, is going to be checked so many times to deliver to you the best possible understanding and meaning of what Guruji, what Paramahansa Vishwananda means in your language specifically.
Wow. Sounds really like an amazing project. I saw some things you showed me, the processes, too complicated for me, but I'm very happy that the teams have taken it on, and I invite everybody to, when the test phase starts, to test it, and then, yeah, just join it.
The test phase was already happening. It's just we're finishing the last couple of things, and then we will go live. We will go live, yeah.
Go live, yeah.
So it's a great way of getting the teachings and the best content of Paramahamsa Vishwananda, and at the same time supporting the longevity and the secureness of this teaching, that it's kept for the future to come. I think very great project which Guruji has asked us since many years to start, and now finally in this 20 years it's beautiful that with the 20 years of Bhakti Marga conclusion, we came to that point to be actually physically even able, technically able, with the resources, human resources, and people who have the skills to make such a project happening.
Some people who are from the digital environment, they saw it once we tested it, and they literally used the term of, you guys created your own Netflix, and that's more or less true.
Bhakti Netflix.
Yes, on the screen they will put right now, and of course in the description there are all these links, but on screen you can see Bhakti Plus, link in the description, and if you go there you will see an overview of what is there, the content that will keep being added, and then basically that's going to be the digital hub of Bhakti Marga in the future for all the other projects and products that are going to come in the future from 2026 on.
All from Guruji. Everything.
All from Guruji.
Amazing.
If you want to be live with Guruji, join Bhakti Plus.
Bhakti Plus, yes. Okay, thank you. And you're going to stay with us, Rameshwaras, because talking about what is happening in 2026 and all this beautiful initiative of creating this platform, we have many other things that are happening. And so together with you that are involved with the directors of Bhakti Marga, we have online with us Swami Revati. Swami Revati, are you there?
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Hi, welcome back. So maybe you can help us and help the people understand, talking about new goals and these digital goals of Bhakti Plus, what are the goals of the mission in 2026?
Well, look, in many ways, it's just a continuation of what we were doing in 2025. I mean, the mission is, in my opinion, going through a multi-year phase, multi-year project, which is really about creating the infrastructure, both physically and digitally, to be able to reach as many hearts as possible. This has always been our goal. It will forever be our goal to help people experience the love of God through Guruji. And so in order to create that possibility at the largest scale possible, to do as much good in this world as possible and to provide the right platform for Guruji, it's really about scaling. But to scale, you need to build the infrastructure, which is why things like Bhakti Plus is a huge part of that. It's also about creating a more robust volunteering system. It's about stabilizing our finances, fundraising for the projects that we have to undertake. You mentioned that Guruji has asked for something like Bhakti Plus for many years, and now it comes to fruition. It just shows what I'm saying, which is these are multi-year projects, multi-year plans about creating infrastructure, because now that we have Bhakti Plus, the entire digital landscape of Bhakti Marga and the ability for people to access Guruji completely changes. And so the same thing is true every time we are able to construct a major temple, a major ashram. For that community, everything changes. Now people have access to those spaces. So it's really about creating the plans, the foundation for more ashrams, more temples in key locations, so that more and more people can come into contact with Guruji, his teachings, his love, physically and of course digitally, as we just said, as we just showed with Bhakti Plus and many other projects in the pipeline. But in a sense, all those projects that are in the pipeline are there to create the same impact, a digital and physical infrastructure for growth.
It seems like a very continuous development on many layers, physically, digitally, with the ashrams, with the centers, like you said, trying to nourish the existing followers and devotees with his love and his grace, to grow always more in this path, to reach as many people as possible, to give them the opportunity to get in touch with it. All of this is happening through all these efforts of Bhakti Marga. And I see also that there's a cultural, not a shift, because the culture is very clear. It's a culture of being devotees, being the loving servants of God, which is omnipresent in everything. But it seems to me that all of those physical, digital efforts of everybody bring also somehow the cultural shift more to a blossoming. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think I think it is that. Blossoming is a great word. I think it's also getting people to shift to a mindset of legacy building, right? Because we are the first generation of Bhakti Marga's mission. We are here during Guruji's lifetime, and he has already told us many times that his mission will last for generations, and it's really about constructing that mission. And so it requires us all to have a long-term mentality. A mentality that values long-term things. So long-term things means relationships. Relationships are meant to be long-term, especially our relationship with Guru and God. Physical locations, ashrams, temples, these are long-term locations, long-term projects that are supposed to outlive all of us. And so it's really a blossoming, yes, but I think it's also a mentality of understanding our role in the timeline of Guruji's mission, understanding that we are here to build, we are here to create legacy, we are here to platform Guruji for ourselves, of course, but for future generations as well. And so the mentality has to really be one of rolling up our sleeves, and getting to work and building for the long term.
I think that's a very beautiful way of seeing it. I see it here in Raya. We had 20 years memory with Swami Kuru and Partha. I came in the beginning of this ashram helping to see how it has developed, this ashram now, United States, how Elmira, the ashram, seems to grow. In Italy, Guruji has very clearly said, the ashram, it's not for the people who are there now. We are building something for the future to come, to build an oasis where people can come in touch with the essence, with the love of God, because more and more it's going to be necessary. And it seems to me that on a digital platform, because the world goes more and more digital, we are building almost a digital ashram, and everybody can be part in this historic event of contributing to that creation of that platform, which, yeah, it's an honor. It's something really, really inspiring when I see now what is happening here, and to be part of a starting point, which is always the period of heroes. It seems like when you start to create something, and that everybody, all the devotees, all followers, everybody can be part of it and contribute to that mission. It's, I think, a great gift also to be true servants, true lovers, because it's not about me, it's about what can I give to this world. Amazing.
And Swami Revati, we just ask you, and then maybe also you, Rameshwas, can answer, but what are some of the major shifts and changes that you have seen that we make in Bhakti Marga culturally, and things that are happening in Bhakti Marga related to everything that we've been talking?
I think, I already mentioned the idea of the long-term planning and being a builder, but I think the other major cultural shift, I think, is thinking less about ourselves and more about Guru, God, and their will. And the will, of course, is to open the hearts of mankind. And so that needs us to adopt a mentality of service. We know about this, we've been doing this all our lives, but more of an outward-facing mentality of service. It's about outreach, it's about meeting people where they are. There are a lot of people in this world that are ready to meet Paramahamsa Vishwananda and be touched by his love, and we just have to go and find them. And we find them physically, we find them digitally, but then we also have to serve them. And so what it requires of us to be a little more like Guruji. It's lovely to say it and we all know it, but I think in terms of our mentality, our behavior, our example, our actions, more and more we need to be like him in the ways that we can, of course, and be of service to the people, show up day after day consistently for the people to really find out what is possible. I'll never forget, many, many years ago, Guruji on a tour, he said to us, you need to go and find the people that I've prepared to come and meet me. Because the event went well, there were hundreds of people, but his point was, but what if I prepared 2,000 and you just didn't go and find them? And so that always stuck with me, and it's really a question of us understanding that he has his mission. He has souls that he has come to touch, and we are the tools in his hand. He has allowed us the grace to serve on his behalf, to serve as extensions, and we need to make sure that we are optimizing ourselves mentally, spiritually, physically, in order to be able to do this.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And Rameshwaras, you've been involved in Bhakti Marga International for many years, basically immediately. You've met Guruji and Guruji threw you in the system. For you, we were all shocked, to be honest, when you joined immediately because you were so fresh. What did you see, like, especially in the past year, because we're talking about 2025, the shift in the culture? You talk to so many countries, you speak to so many people who do service. What did you see as this shift in line of what also Swami Revati was talking about?
Let me talk about myself. And what really makes Guruji happy, when he recognizes that we as his devotees, we really transform and we change. And in the field of BM International and marketing and content, you know, like what did Swami Revati Kanta just said, it's about, yeah, reaching numbers. Is it really what we are supposed to do, or is it about engagement? Like, what is Guruji doing with us? He is continuously engaging with us. He's offering us continuously his wisdom. And his mission is also supposed to do something like this, right? So if a newcomer, a prospect, I like to use these terms, just enters the door, our responsibility is just to handhold these people accordingly on their path, let's say. And we can do this digitally speaking, like to guide them through the forearms into his heart, just love. And on the physical, to mention the key locations, what is it actually if someone comes to Sri Hiranmayi? If I go back in the days, like, we haven't been really aware how to treat a newcomer, like, because it was not in our awareness. Now we have a newcomer lounge. Yeah, people come, we take time, we have dedicated teams to talk to the people, to listen to the people, and to give, yeah, to just be who we are. Just we are following our beloved Guruji, and this is what we need to shine, and people should feel this digitally and physically speaking.
I think that is exactly the essence of, I always feel my first encounter with Gurudev, how deeply he has touched me and how it has transformed my life and how I see how he transforms everybody's life. It is the minimum I have to do is to share that, to give other people the opportunity of that. And I think all of the efforts are encircling this effort of giving the people the best opportunity to get in touch with the love of God, with themselves, and through the grace of Paramahamsa Vishwananda. And we spoke about different ways of how devotees, followers, anybody who sympathizes can support this. Is there anything you, Swami Revati, Rameshwaras, you want to say how people can support this effort of sharing the love of God, the love of Guruji, and getting them involved?
For me personal again, I don't questioning him. So therefore I support the structures he asked us to come up with. Might it be Bhakti Plus, or might it be to take a shower, or which hand I should use to do my puja, right? So there are rules and regulations which one should listen to. Right?
Yeah. Thank you. And maybe just to complement, this is for devotees and people who follow, but for the newcomers, as we mentioned earlier, you can find all the information in the description of this video and all the link to find the places close to you. You can support by your service, by helping, and you can support also financially if you would like to the non-profit organizations that we have around the world, whether it's the one in America or the ones in Germany or in the other places of the world. And Swami Revati, before we wish you the second Happy New Year, can you tell us maybe the main events that are planned for 2026, just a recap of what's happening next year?
Sure. I mean, of course, the pilgrimages with Guruji are always a huge opportunity to spend time with him and to go deeper with him. He'll have a few pilgrimages next year to India, both at the beginning and at the end of the year, as well as many visitations to various countries for darshans. So darshans go on all across the world. He'll be going throughout Europe. He starts, of course, in South Africa, Mauritius in January. And then we have the major events, the major real festivals where you want to spend time with Guruji. They are really like marquee events, things like Shivaratri, like Narasimha Chaturdashi, which will be here in Elmira next year. Of course, his birthday, Guru Purnima, Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha, the day that mantra was given, Janmashtami, Navaratri, all these major events. I think it's really important to try to be there for as many of those as possible, because it's really the essence of what Guruji is bringing to the world. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention again that his tour of America, Soul Awakening, both in Europe, both in America, are incredibly important events, especially for newcomers, right? And so if you have friends, people who are entering the organization, who are fresh, who haven't got their Kriya yet, or even just got it, it would be an incredible opportunity. And so there's something for everyone. The newcomers and of course the long-term devotees going to the pilgrimages, going to the darshans and Soul Awakening. So a full year.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for being with us. Have a great evening.
Happy New Year,
Happy
everyone.
New Year.
Say
Thank
hi
you, Swamiji.
to
Happy New
everybody
Year.
there. Jagirdev.
Will do.
Thank you.
Will
Thank
do.
you for
Ramesh with us.
Thank you
for having me on.
And just wanted to, the last line, based on what Swami Revati was saying, is we saw the video in the Gurugita where Guruji was saying how the Guru is personal with each and everyone. And so in every event that you will come, wherever you go, in the environment of Bhakti Marga, the events with Paramahansa Vishwananda, you will find for the greatest divine combination, the best arranged experience tailored for you. This is my experience in 10 years almost. So I say this with firm conviction. So this is great. And let's watch the last Rewind video of the year. Say a big applause to the last Rewind video of this year. We just went through an entire year of things, episodes that happened in Bhakti Marga, in our life, in our Guru's life. It took us 5 hours almost to just recap how much he gives to everybody.
It's the most beautiful part to remember what we have received, because so easily we forget what has happened over the year. And to remember through the guests, through the people who speak, through those videos, very grateful. Thank you.
So great. Thank you, first of all, to Guruji, who made all of this possible, Bhakti Marga itself, and then all the grace that he's given to all of us. Thank you to all the people who organized all the events we have seen. Yeah, all the people that supported those events. Great thanks to all the traveling companions that are going around and capturing these beautiful moments, whether they're in Germany or they're around the world. It's a very great seva, great effort, and I've been with them many times, and they really do it selflessly. They wake up super early, they go to sleep at 4 in the morning. I've experienced some of these ones traveling with us and Guruji for days, yeah, and hours, and then in the night at 3, 4 in the morning, taking their laptop, pulling out the hard drive, putting all the data and starting to edit so that all of us could go just on Instagram, and while swiping, we could just get this wonderful video that talks about what happened around Guruji in that specific moment.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit of
So
what we
beautiful.
said, the culture. I was just remembering Ramesh with us, has a family, has a company, has dogs, has so much work and still fully present, doing continuous service, and like him, there's so many living that spirit of a devotee of service. Really inspiring.
Yes, so thanks. Big applause, I would say, at the end of this. If you're at home, you can do it in your house. And maybe we have, I would say, not the last video, but the one before the last video. And it's something that we do every year. It's like a custom of what we do. And it's a New Year wishes videos from the Swamis and the Swaminis around the world. So we can play that.
Jai Gurudev, everybody. When Guruji sent me back home to my home country, he told me, go, teach, as if there is no time to waste. The same thing I'm telling to you. There is no time to waste. You don't know when your time will be over here. You don't know when his time will be over here. And so in the next year, I wish you to start to acknowledge this, to start to get out of your own laziness, of your own ways, and start to be completely absorbed in his teachings, just like a sponge. The life squeezes you, his teachings come out. So, Happy New Year, everybody, and good luck to you all.
Jai Gurudev from Peru with Rumini Pandurenga. I wish you a very happy New Year, full of bhakti, full of following Guruji and putting in practice what he says. And that we can see us somewhere in the world. Jai Gurudev.
Wish you a happy new year. Much love, Jai Gurudev.
What a wonderful place. Look at the color of the sea.
Yes, look at this blue sea.
Huh. What is the color of the sea?
No color.
Yes, it is transparent.
Out of compassion for me, you have revealed the most profound mysteries. The spiritual knowledge has completely removed my delusion.
Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 1. So on this New Year's Eve, I wish that all your delusions are destroyed. May God bless you. Jai Gurudev.
Gurudev. I'm Swami Ananda Krishna from China. I'm right now in Qingdao conducting a Sangha facilitator training with 30 candidates. We all wish the devotees of Bhakti Marga family a joyful and prosperous New Year. May we all continuously grow in the love of our beloved Gurudev, and may the Bhakti Marga Sangha become stronger and stronger. Happy New Year to you all.
Giridhāri Parabramane Namaha Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabramane Namaha Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabramane Namaha Shri Viṭṭhala Giridhāri Parabramane Namaha.
It's okay.
Jai Gurudev, everybody. Happy New Year from Italy, viṭṭhala Shatrasham. I wish you an amazing year, full of love and happiness in service for Guruji, and to be more and more open to love and be blessed from His grace. Jai Gurudev, Happy New Year.
Jai Gurudev, this is Swamini Vishwa Pratibhama from Okotoks, Canada. I'm here to wish you a great 2026 from a country that spans 6 time zones, only has one monk, me, but has many bhaktas, and they're all coming to Guruji. So let's have a great year and swim in his love. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, and a Happy New Year. Wishing you all sanghas, a very fruitful and blessed New Year 2026 with Guruji's grace. May you construct a new ashram, and may you be happy. Much love from Vrindavan. May the monks be better.
Jai Gurudev, everyone. Happy New Year. I have the same wish as I do every year. You can always copy paste it. I said this last time, I say it again this year, and I'll say it again next year, just with a different tilak and maybe a different backdrop. I wish that you all have no wishes. Wishes are what get in the way of God's plans for us, of the grace flowing from Guruji into our lives, making it whatever He thinks is best for us, and that's always better than whatever we think is best for us. So, I wish you a Happy New Year, and I'll see you next time. Jai Gurudev.
Nice. It's always a nice section of the end of the year program when the Swamis can make their things, especially some of them will get very creative, I would say. So we're welcoming for the final section of this program, at least in this studio, Manish, Jai Gurudev. You will need the microphones, guys. Jai Gurudev and Ravi.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. One of my early memories of you, it's when I came to Bhakti Marga. On the first time I met Guruji, the day after, we were on a boat for his birthday in the middle of the river here in Germany. And I remember you guys giving a speech, and I was thinking, wow, these guys are so lucky that they met Guruji so long ago and they spent so much time with him. When did you meet Guruji? Okay, it's a still valid question. Like it works.
Well, they're brothers, but yeah. When did you meet Guruji?
You know, actually, John, go first. Go. You're sitting closer. All right. Actually, so my scenario is a little different because I grew up in London. So when Guruji, obviously, Manish was born in Rosehill, in Mauritius, but I had to travel to Mauritius to see Guruji and build that relationship with him. A lot like everyone, like all the other devotees in a way. And we bonded in a very unique way. And actually it's because of my auntie we bonded, his mum. Because we came from, our family was very simple family. We didn't have, lots of luxuries in our house. So when I came from London, my auntie would entice me to her place, her part of the house, where Guruji and his sister and my uncle would live. which was a small room. It was a tiny room with a little kitchen that was just for them, like a studio flat, but even smaller. And that's where Guruji grew up. But to entice me in, she would give me tomatoes. So she would cut, because she didn't have chocolates or crisps or any sweets. So her way of giving me something that I would like, or she thought I'd like, was to cut a tomato and put a little bit of salt on it and give it to me. And then I liked it. So every day, I would go back to her house and eat all of her tomatoes and hang out with Guruji afterwards. That's how me and Guruji became so close. It's his mum that made that relationship with a tomato. And until today, when I'm eating a salad or something, Guruji will look at me and he'll say, you're eating the tomatoes. Yeah, you always used to eat all of our tomatoes.
That's a healthy treat.
Yeah, it was nice. And it allowed me to build a really beautiful relationship with Guruji. So actually, I'm so fortunate. It's through her blessings and her support that we actually became so close. So I'm eternally grateful to her for having that relationship.
It's amazing. Yeah, you have very amazing experiences with Gurudev, which are also recorded, and we can find online how you tell your experiences. Manish, you are living in Germany now since many, many years.
15 years. Since 15 years, yes.
Since 15 years. You grew up in Mauritius, so you were there when Guruji was a child. So you had the luxury of growing up with him, basically in his Bal Leela almost. Maybe.
With me, it's a bit different. Ravi met Guruji first time when he was 5, I think. No, how old were you?
Yeah, around 5, 6.
For me, I have to say Guruji met me first because I was born after him. He's 8 years older than me. So he's known me for 39 years. But my first recollection I can remember of Guruji was me being 3 years old. I don't know how to explain how the place was at my grandma. There was a red alley and a blue gate. I remember me walking on the red alley and then Guruji coming from school. And I remember he was holding in a plastic bag in his hand. And then by the entrance as soon as you walk through the blue gate, when you walk in on the left, there was it's called Swami, where my grandma used to do puja almost every day, I have to say every day. And Guruji coming back probably from school with his backpack on his back and a plastic bag with incense. And then I'm walking on the red alley and he's coming through the blue gate and then he picks me up and then he prays. This is my first recollection of the first time I remember how I remember Guruji the first time.
Wow, he also, last time I was in Mauritius, I sneaked away the lingam which he bought as a child, which he was in love with when he walked by going to school in that shop, seeing that lingam. I think you were with him in that time or somebody?
It could have been.
Where he saw that lingam, he fell in love with the lingam, but he didn't have the money. And so he collected the cents for the bus, and instead of taking the bus, he was just collecting.
So Guruji would do that all the time. It was a bit strange because when I would come and would hang out, and I would spend my money buying small sweets that I can buy. And
fireworks also.
And we bought fireworks. We used to like playing with fireworks. But he would spend his money saving it for pictures of deities and gods. So he would collect his money and then he would buy things and he would hide them underneath his bed or in his wardrobe, hide them from my auntie so she wouldn't see. It was really sweet.
Nice. Well, you can tell us also maybe, Manish or Ravi, like all this time you spent, and we spoke about 20 years of Bhakti Marga, and we're concluding this program, and we see that the constant stream throughout his mission and even before is how much Guruji Paramhansa Vishwananda gives himself to everyone. And I think you guys are living testimonies that he was always doing that.
Yes. I remember I was 5 or 6 years old. And Ravi knows Guruji's room was always full with pictures of deities. From the ceiling, from the floor to the ceiling was always, every corner of the room was full with deities, pictures and murtis, you name it. And it was the weekdays, it was on a weekday, and then there was Guruji, Tina, his sister, my sister and myself. We were sitting in his room. And then he said, from now on we do kirtan every week. And I remember then we started doing kirtan in his room every Thursday, and then you had to attend, because if you don't attend, he will ask you why you didn't come. And then afterwards you take a beating. And yeah, and then like it kind of, that was kind of the, actually, he forced us to
become devotees.
Onto the spiritual path, I have to say, because even before that, he was always sitting down and telling us stories about Ramayana and Krishna, and yeah, no, we used to listen to him. To his satsang back in 1991, 1992.
And like that, now you're all fully established on the path. In Mauritius, there's also an ashram project which is going on. You have temple there, and a new project is being started this year. Anybody wants to share a little bit about that project?
The ashram project has been going on for a while now. Mauritians are very difficult people. Guruji, I mean, Mauritians give him a hard time. Yeah, it's true. Mauritians give him a very hard time, but he has been patient with us for so long now, and hopefully next year, things can really happen, and the ashram can be built, because it's been going on for a while now, and there hasn't been much progress. We still have our original temple, Sri Ranganath Mandir in Rose Hill, and this has been going strong for 20 plus years, and we were sincerely hoping for a new beginning also.
I'm sure now with the 20 years, a new beginning, also in Mauritius will have that beautiful ashram. And in this last year, we all know that there was also your sister has passed, and the Guru Ma, the mother of Paramhansa Vishwananda, who has given birth to him, who has given us the greatest gift, has also left this world. So I think with that, we can watch a small interview which was done a few years back with Guru Ma, and where she tells us her experiences with little Guruji.
I am Swami's mom. My name is Bindu. I'm from Mauritius. And I just came from London a few weeks ago. I was living for 23 years, and I just came here. I was so fragile. Every month I was in hospital, always in hospital. Most of the time I was spending in hospital. He was like, he look at you, but he's not there, like that. And how to take him hospital. and stay 1 week sometimes, few days sometimes. He was very naughty. Like all small kids do naughty, yes, he was like that. But very good, very helpful. Around do something, how to tie him the tree, and then do my job. At least he's safe. I have a small chair, so I put near the tree and tie with a chair sitting down, and then I can do something. Then we go to, it was small, and we go to wedding. He was sitting down with priest, who is doing the wedding, but he had to be there. And then said, take this kid out. He was showing the priest how to do these things. He's just supposed to know. But he was sitting down there. We tried to move him, no. It was like 5 years something. He started understanding, 5 years. But it was small, it was like that. But manifesting stuff was a little bit grown up and then start.
As soon as he will come back from school, he will run to the grandmother. Daddy, what do you need for prayers? So he will go to the shop, he will buy sandal sticks, he will buy camphor, he will come, and even evening prayer, it was the same. So for the evening prayers, he will be with the grandmother, and only then he will go to his mom to have his dinner after praying. And early morning, prayer first, and then he will go to school.
I was taking all the kids. I was not staying in the class, was doing prayers outside, and was getting report every time with teachers. One day I left him at home with Tina. I always was dancing, had a small dress. Before born, I make small dress. He was wearing the small dress and dancing, eyes like 10 here, was dancing. And one day was out, he made fire in my house.
I could hear his mom chasing him, running after him. He just came to my grandma and said, Daddy, hide me. Grandma, hide me. He just put the house on fire. So he put the sandal stick and the whole curtain was burning. And the mom was outside doing washing. When she came here, the whole curtain was burning and he was not there. So through the sandal stick, he almost put fire in the house. So, and he said, I didn't do that. It's a sandal stick. It's God. It's a prayer. He didn't do that. So he was just hiding behind his grandmother.
Curtain was burned completely. When he came back, Tina was scared, but both together was playing like that. Just prays under the curtain. But his play was only prayers. That's the way he was praying. Wasn't prayers, nothing.
And it happened many times. The school van, the school bus was there, horning for Guruji to come, but he was still in his doing his prayers, and he was shouted so many times by his mom. So go to school, hurry up, we go to. But for him, it was important to finish the prayers and then to go to school.
And go to school and then start saving his money, small things, only for God. Buy only for God. Kids buy something here to there. No, he only for God. So all was teasing, Hari Om, like teasing him because he was a praying boy. All teasing him. And then after that, it start become like that. So he come to apologize. They all came to apologize.
When everything started was sometimes in 1992, and he would ask my mom. My mom never used to believe in God or go to temple. It was like once in a year, and then he asked my mom to read a book. It was something about vibhutis and everything. And then my mom read about that. And then something happened to her. She said, let me try and check if there's anything anything like this is happening to here in the house.
Tina ran to my place, Tina, his sister. She ran to my place telling me, come back, come quickly, my mom is calling for you. When I went to the place, his mom was in tears. She was brooming the house. The broom was in her hand and said, you see what happened to my house? You have been tolerating, just encouraging to do prayers. See what happened to my house. I said, what happened? I said, just see everywhere vibhuti coming.
Everywhere in the house, everywhere. From his hand, everywhere vibhuti was coming, all colorful. But there was not understanding what is it. For us also was difficult. If you know all this, that never happened, never saw in your life. Maybe he also was not understanding. It was coming for him.
She was in a deplorable state. She was crying like a mad, weeping as if it was the end of the world for her. So I said to her, Mom, okay, just keep cool. Maybe your room is safe. Nothing happened in your room. When we went in her room, she almost collapsed. She had a clock in the room. The clock was full of vibhuti. There was a big photo frame of roses, a nice photo frame. She bought it recently, I think. It was full of kumkum and vibhuti. And said, oh my God, what I'm going to do?
At first time when vibhuti started coming out, not understanding, we know what is it. And then one of our neighbor, old lady came. And sometimes you feel to tell somebody. And then I said, Auntie, I saw something, don't tell anybody. And then when she went, my God, that day, that much people started coming. All Mauritian people, all. And that time was so difficult for us.
It all started from there. People keep coming all the time. Loads of people coming to see.
But when I started material things, jewelries, everything, that day I was so happy. Everyone come in my house. Everyone get something, lingam, everything, every day. My house was a museum. Yeah. It was not life for us. People was around always, whole, like full of people every day, since morning to night. It was difficult for us. But he's born like that, what you can do? If you know from the start, he is special. For me, he's a kid. So he's a kid for me. But I was stop praying. I was telling me, stop praying.
My mom always said one thing when I was small. And I was saying, Mom, you don't pray to God. I said, yes, I pray, but I don't like to disturb him. And you should not disturb him also. He had better things to do. And as time goes, I was always wondering, oh my goodness, But she was right in a way.
You can't explain. Even at work, my place, never said to anybody, oh, my son is so special. I never said, I'm not going to believe you. Never said. Never said somebody, oh, my son is special, son, I got. So going to everyone is special for some mother, no? None of us said.
Guru Mata ki Jai. Ravi?
Can I just like to say something? I guess this last year has been a really difficult year for our family. We've lost two really special people to us. It's been very challenging. But I would like to say one thing, because we don't get to say it too often. And that's thank you to the Bhakti Marga family, to the Sangha, because throughout the whole experience, and however difficult it was, we really felt the love of the Sangha coming together, whether it was Manju or Guruji's mom. We are truly thankful for everyone's caring and love that they sent us, the flowers, the good wishes. It really means a lot. And it's so sweet to see that whenever I travel with Guruji, to see wherever we go, whichever Sangha and community we are part of, everyone has that love that they extend, not only for the divine, but for each other. So on behalf of us as a family, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for all your good wishes and your love, and continue to support each other and love each other, because ultimately that's Guruji's teachings and his love and his wishes for all of us. So thank you so much.
Samasta Bhakta Mandali ki Jai. With this, I think we go to sing the next Shabad. If Guruji wills, he can join the Shabad and express his well wishes for the next year or whatever he wishes. In the meantime, Gurudev, could you please join us on stage? A little bit more applause.
मेरा वेद
Satgurudev Swami Shivananda Mahaprabhu ki Jai.
मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा। हरि हरि नाम खत्म करे वे, हरि हरि नाम खत्म करे वे, काते जम के बंदा, काते जम के बंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा। जन्म जन्म के दुख निवारे, सुख मन साधारे, सुख मन साधारे, जन्म जन्म के दुख निवारे, सुख मन साधारे, सुख मन साधारे, दर्शन भेदता होत निहारा, दर्शन भेदता होत निहारा, हरि का नाम विचारे, हरि का नाम विचारे, मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा, 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 मेरा वे गुरु गोविंदा। समरथ पूरक पूरन विधाते, आपे करने हारा, आपे करने हारा, समरथ पूरक पूरन विधाते, आपे करने हारा, आपे करने हारा, अपना दास है आप भार्या, नानक नाम आधारा, उबारा नानक नाम धारा नानक नाम धारा मेरा भेद गुरु गोविंदा 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 हरि हरि नाम कदम देवे हरि हरि नाम कुतम देवे काटे जम के फंदा काटे जम के फंदा मेरा भेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा भेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद 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 गुरु गोविंदा वेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद मेरा वेद मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा मेरा वेद मेरा वेद मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा वेद गुरु गोविंदा 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 मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा वाहे गुरु 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 मेरा वेद गुरु गोविंदा 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 Guru, Vahe 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 Guru, Guru, Vahe 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 Guru, Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha, 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 Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha, Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha, Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha, Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Mera ved Guru Govinda, 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 Mera ved Guru Govinda. Sadhguru Maharaj ki Jai Gurudev, everybody. So it was a lovely end of the year. All of you who have prepared this platform, very nice. We are following also. You have seen what have achieved Bhakti Marga for this year. You see, all what Bhakti Marga have achieved is also your achievement, all the devotees' achievement. Because without the devotee, it is impossible. It is the glory of the Bhakta that all that we have achieved is possible. We've seen, when I was looking earlier, many have forgotten already. But there is more to achieve, you know. More important thing is to achieve the peace inside of you. When you are in peace with yourself, then you can really bring that to the world. You bring it in many ways through your seva, through your spreading of the word of the Guru. But above all, the journey is firstly within yourself. That's what I've been reminding this year. You are starting a new year. I don't think that today, if you're stupid, tomorrow you will become wise. Because I don't think by changing the year, magic wand will hit on your head. You will get enlightenment, you know. But the resolution that you take, that is very important in your life. Even if it is just a number that is changing, we see what we have achieved and what have happened also. We have seen the passing on of at the beginning of the year, my little cousin sister. That is also a reminder that any time, any moment, Yamraj can come and get you. You want the Yamraj to come, or you want the attendant of Mahavishnu to come and get you? That is also what depends on you, how much you have forged your relationship with God. No? There was one beautiful instance in my cousin's life. We were discussing about that in Mauritius when we were there. She had darshan of Bhagwan viṭṭhala, actually. So one day she was walking with her husband. She was coming home, actually. And there was Ashwin also together with them. So she looked at one spot and started explaining, oh yeah, look, there's viṭṭhala standing. So out of excitement, she told it to her husband, and her husband was looking everywhere. Of course, not everybody has that punya, that grace to have darshan, like it said, in the Shabad itself, We long to have just a vision of you, So she had the darshan of Bhagwan viṭṭhala. And not only that, she could see little viṭṭhala everywhere. So she was wondering, who have painted viṭṭhala everywhere? So she asked her husband, look, somebody have painted viṭṭhala everywhere, all around. So her husband was looking, could not see anything. Ashwin, you see? Ashwin was looking also, he could not see anything. So Bhagwan gave the darshan to the pure of the heart, At the funeral of my mom, I was saying, this year, 2 humble persons have left. You have seen my mom, how she was talking, no? Very shy, very sweet, very humble. And she was direct. She was not somebody who will pretend to say, yes, I'm praying to God from morning to evening. No. And this is a beauty, that truth what you hold inside of you. If you are in touch with that, God is with you. So it's not about the resolution of the year. It's about the willingness to transform yourself. The willingness to be consumed by the love that you feel inside. Because very often you feel something strong inside of you, but yet you go into the rational mind. In the rational mind, you are never free. In the rational mind, you are putting the brake to yourself. So that is why tomorrow, if you want to take a resolution, take the resolution to meditate more. Take the resolution to distance your mind from things that distract you. In life, you have time for everything which is useless. You have time to watch your movie. You have time to go for dinner. You have time to go for party. But when it comes to dedicate some of this precious time for your spiritual growth, very often we say, no, we don't have time. How many times we have made excuses, but no, we don't have time. Oh, we'll do it tomorrow. But does it come? No, it doesn't come. So whatever you have to do it now. Do something which is concrete, but that precious moment and that precious time is not wasted. You are on the spiritual path. Your life is a life which is dedicated to God. Your life is a life of service. I have spoken so much about the nature of seva. Try to understand that nature of seva. If you sit in fear, you will never achieve that. You have to sit in that confidence of yourself, your heart. That confidence is the knowing that God is with you. He is holding the rein of your life. He have planned your destiny. Because I don't think anyone would have think that they will be on the spiritual path one day. There must be something else who have planned you to be here, no? Let's say 10 years ago, would you think you will be dressing fancy, wearing some strange mark on your forehead, and singing? No, you will not. Many of you have never thought about it. But God sees something deeper inside of you. That destiny have brought you to where you have to be. And it's up to you whether you engage yourself into that or you run away from that. That is why last year I have said to look after nature, plant. Actually, when I was reflecting upon that, nature doesn't need us. But we have to remind ourselves that we are part of that nature itself. And we show our gratitude and our thankfulness, by keeping your surrounding clean, by planting trees, by looking after the animal, care for them, by protecting those innocent animals who are going to be slaughtered and so on. But in that, you should also never lose a connection to what gives you that strength. So engage your time also in, whenever you have a little bit of time, dive into the ocean of your heart, and meet that beloved Lord there. Make this a habit, because this is one thing that as a human being we like to create. We like to create habits. Some habits are not good and some habits are very good. So start by creating some best of all habit in your life, which means find the precious time to connect with Bhagwan. to connect with God, distance yourself from unwanted things. Because these things will play on into your subconscious mind. And if you don't make clear decision to distance yourself from that, you will always find excuse to excuse yourself. And time is passing. You don't know when that moment to depart from this place will happen. We can think, yes, we have much time. You go on the street. A few days ago, somebody, while driving, how old was he? 24, I think, had an accident and died. You can say that you will live next to see 2027, you don't know. But what have you done with your life? So make the time that you have full. Make the time that you have blissful into Sri Hari's grace only. Build your relationship strongly without fear, but with confidence with the Sadguru and Sri Hari inside of you. Engage every single moment that you have, don't waste it. Because that moment that you're wasted will never come back again. In 1,000 lives, it will never come back. So don't lose such a precious opportunity, which Bhagwan himself have graced you with. So realize the grace that you carry inside of you. The life what is inside of you is Sri Hari himself. And that is a wonderful grace to realize it. And if you sincerely want that, not superficial, because you see, if I will ask somebody now, all of you right now, do you want to realize what all of you will say? Yes. But how much weight does that yes have? Is it a superficial yes or a yes which holds certain value into it? A yes but holds certain weight into it? We can say yes, we can fancy dress ourselves in so many ways upon the outside. But forget that Bhagwan resides inside, he sees everything. When you're lying, he knows it. When you're pretending, can you lie to yourself? You can lie and lie and lie and lie, but lie will never become reality. Only what is truth become reality. So you are on this journey. Let you be consumed by the love of God. Don't have fear. Only when you are consumed completely with that love, that you will really, truly, sincerely awake like a phoenix, a different reality of you. So, like I said at the beginning, without the devotees, nothing would be possible. So a great blessing to all of you to bring Bhakti Marga forward, to bring the knowledge of the Guru to everybody. And wherever you are, know that Bhagwan is with you. You're never alone. Whenever you do something for the Guru, everything shall flow. This year is a year of moving forward. Don't keep looking down. Don't keep looking at the past. Look forward. How you can bring the best into this world itself. Don't wait for the world to change for you. You change for the world. Bring what you have learned to the world itself. And on that, I have decided also on a new thing, that there will be 5 grihastas also who will have similar blessing as, they will do the same role as the Swami and the Rishi. But there will be only 5 of them for now, because I have not yet found. So tomorrow I will give them the blessing to do that also. So they will be also in charge of certain countries. So, Jai Gurudev, all of you. And there is prayer in the temple. No? Yes, there's Bhajan in the temple at midnight. And also thank you very much, all of you around the world, all the devotees who are praying for the soul of my mother. It was so nice to see. I didn't, to see from everywhere, how you all were connected together. And I hope it's not that only during such time, but you can come together to pray, that you can make it regular things, but the devotees should come together and pray together. Not only for prayer of the world, also the world prayer, but regular, like, gathering would be nice. Like yesterday we were saying, was it yesterday or was today? I can't remember. But anyway. What I would have loved, really, that everywhere you have a Bhajan Sangha. Huh? This year, but nothing happened. This year means tomorrow. I said it for this year. You said in October. I said it in October. So you can work on that. How many of you sing bhajan? Not enough. All of you should sing. All the devotees should sing. So try to fulfill that. Wherever you are, gather a few people and let it grow. Just sing bhajan. I'm not telling you to play the guru role to teach people or anything. Just come together and sing. The same way you come together to do Om chanting, learn few bhajan and sing. Not like us, we learn every week like 2-3. Huh? I keep them busy. Sometimes 5 minutes before. But God have blessed them with good memory. So, Jai Gurudev, all of you. And if you need help, Mr. Radhika is there. He's ever ready to help. So, Jai Gurudev.
Thank you, Guruji. And in conclusion, thanks, of course, to you for all of these years that you allowed us to spend with you. Thanks for all of you who had the time and spend it with us to review together this 2025. All the links are in the description if you want to know more about Paramahansa Vishwananda, about Guruji, if you want to know about Bhakti Marga, if you want to know how to meet him, how to get to know how to sing. There are all the links to the different channels that we have so that you can have the opportunity to learn and get closer, as Guruji was saying, to yourself.
I wanted to say on the channel, they have started the, what is it, plus? Something plus?
Bhakti Plus.
Yeah. They have started the Bhakti Plus. Actually, I was looking at many of the country, some are for and some are not. Actually, you see, Bhakti Marga, from the beginning itself, when we start to do streaming, live streaming, all this stuff, everything was for free. But you don't know behind that, there's a platform that holds all this, you know, and that platform costs us really a lot. And till now, Bhakti Marga have paid for that platform, you know, but it's getting difficult. So that's why it was, as I discussed, but will be also your contribution toward that also. You know, that's why we have made it more private and more, you have to register for that. It's not because we are closing up from everybody, it's not just because everything is getting expensive nowadays, you know. And with this platform, it's not that easy. Sometimes I have to tell them off because how much they spend upon that is not, we can use it for other projects, you know. So it's not to boycott anybody. It's just because you have to understand that even to put it into the YouTube and to the other platform, it costs a lot of money. So I hope you have this comprehension about that.
Yes. So Bhakti Plus is what we've been speaking about earlier, and this platform where all the material will be found. And as Guruji just said, the entire infrastructure goes beyond just a place where you upload a file, but is everything that you're seeing, all the involvement, subscription plans, other companies, traveling costs, all the cameras, the lenses, the microphones. There's so much going on behind the scene that understandably you don't know because you're not part of that system maybe. And so this platform, it will be the best place to find everything. And something super important is also there are no distractions. When you open YouTube, you open Instagram, multiple things are going on, ads, different videos. Bhakti Plus, it's only satsangs, Guruji's content for the soul, content to uplift us, and that's all the things that the system will suggest us.
And with that, we conclude this evening. I remind you again, if you want to support the mission in any way, you're most welcome. Please subscribe to this request of making Bhakti Marga an official religion so that Sanatana Dharma can be spread and unite more and more. All of it is up to all the devotees, followers, sympathizers. It's a great support you can give, a great service you can do with small actions. In that sense, we wish you a good ending of 2025, a good start in the year 2026. We will carry on here in the center with the temple, Kirtan, the holy name, till midnight, and then Arti to the new year.
For you online, we have the theater play on Mirabai that was presented to Guruji. And so you can watch that, and then you will join us from the temple live with a lot of kirtan, singing the name of God until we reach the midnight Arati. Thank you again, all of you, for joining. Thank you, Guruji. And Jai Gurudev, everybody.
Mirabai was born in the late 15th century, a Rajasthani princess, the only child of the ruler of Mirta Ratan Singh. She became one of the most remembered saints of Krishna, a devotee of the highest order. When Meera was 3 years old, a wandering saint came to visit the royal household with his deity Giridhāri. For the royal family, it was not uncommon for them to invite and serve saints and sadhus. However, this visit from this particular saint was going to change Mira's life forever. Tonight, Guruji, we offer you a play on Saint Mirabai.
Oh, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. 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 Oh, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Oh, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Oh, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Giridhāri, giridhāri,
Mira felt an unexpected pull towards the deity. Her attraction was so strong that she could only see Giridhāri before her.
Bhaja Govinda, Bhaja Govinda, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Makhana chora karne wala, Vrajaraja mere nandalala. Oh, makhana chora karne wala, Vrajaraja mere nandalala. Nanda ke ananda nandalala, Shri Giridhāri Krishna Murari. Nanda ke ananda nandalala, Shri Giridhāri Krishna Murari. Oh, Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala. Bhaja Govinda, Govinda, Gopala.
Mira's attraction to the deity was so strong that she begged her father to ask the saint for Giridhāri. Naturally, her father said no, as it was improper to ask anyone, let alone his guest, for his personal deity. But Mira was adamant, to the point that she stopped eating and sleeping. The royal family became anxious as Mira's condition worsened and she became incredibly sick. It was at this point Mira's father felt an intense pressure to ask his guest for his deity. And so he hesitantly approached him.
Dear King, what is troubling you? Please tell me what it is that I can do for you.
Dear Sadhu, I'm sorry to bother you. It's just that, well, you see, I have a situation. You know my daughter Mira. She's becoming progressively sick. You see, since she saw your giridhāri, she thinks about nothing else. And now she's even refusing to eat. She only thinks about him.
Oh, she must have a really special connection to him.
Actually, yes, I think you're right. She does have a special connection. And, well, you see, that's why I'm here. She's been begging me. And she really wants to have your giridhāri.
Oh, King, I'm so sorry, but this one wish I cannot fulfill. This deity was given to me by my guru, and he had instructed me to serve giridhāri. I cannot fulfill your wish. I'm sorry.
Oh, of course, I totally understand. It's no problem. Apologies for asking.
I'm sure that Mira will let go of her desire in some time and move on as most people do. Please, do not worry.
That very night, Giridhāri had come to visit the saint in his dreams.
My dear, you need to give me to Mira. That's why I brought you here to this royal household. Don't be afraid. I'm always with you. Unbreakable, O Lord, is the love that binds me to you. Like a diamond, it breaks the hammer that strikes it.
And so, the saint did give Giridhāri to Mira. Everything she did revolved around her Giridhāri. It so happened that one day, whilst with her mother, she noticed a procession taking place.
Mother, what is happening?
Oh, look, it's a wedding, Mira, darling. See? It seems like that there is the groom.
Mother, who will be my husband?
Well, of course. Giridhāri, my dear. Who else?
Giridhāri. Mother, I do not long for jewelry or for costly clothes, nor do I long for a palace or a mansion. I swear by the lotus feet of Giridhāri, dearer to me than my own life. It is giridhāri, my Lord, that I yearn for and nothing else.
This had planted a seed in Mira's mind and consolidated her relationship with Giridhāri even further. Now, Mira's affinity for Giridhāri was due to her past life. Her relationship to Giridhāri was from the time when Krishna was living in Vrindavan. The story goes as follows. One day, Krishna was hanging out with his friend Sridharma, who was much older than him. As they were chatting, all of a sudden Sridharma remembered that his wife was coming. Krishna was only 8 years old, and he didn't know what a wife was. Sridharma tried to quickly explain that when you get married, you have a wife. But Sridharma was in a rush and didn't explain properly. He panicked with the thought that his wife was coming. He ran away, leaving Krishna confused, not knowing what a wife was. And so, Krishna asked his mother Yashoda if he too could have a wife. Mother Yashoda said no, and that he was too young. He carried on to ask if he could just take Sridharma's wife. Mother Yashoda laughed at Krishna's innocence and said only when he's older he could get married and have his own wife. As a result of this conversation, Krishna was curious to know what a wife looked like, and so he really wanted to see Sridharma's wife's face. Now, Mira, in her past life, was Sridharma's wife, and she was called Madhavi. She had not yet moved to her new home in Vrindavan, and so her mother had warned her that where she would go would be very dangerous, for there lives a dark young man called Krishna. He is the boss of a gang who steals hearts and is very cruel. She told her to watch herself at all times and on no account look at his face. And so Madhavi, brainwashed by her mother, imagined the worst. A dreadfully dangerous dark gangster named Krishna. Upon reaching Vrindavan, everyone was talking about Krishna. She did not know that Krishna was actually an 8-year-old boy who was friends with her very own husband. And so not long after she arrived in Vrindavan, the couple bumped into Krishna and his friends whilst walking. Sridharma was naturally very happy to see Krishna saying his name out loud. It was then that Madhavi learnt that in front of her was Krishna, and she panicked, hiding her face behind her veil. She dare not look at his face, for she remembered what her mother told her. Krishna was of course curious and sweetly asked to see her face. Petrified, she ran away from him as fast as she could. Krishna, of course, knew that he would eventually see Madhavi's face, and it was just a matter of time. The Lord's ways are mysterious, and Madhavi was clearly unaware of the eternal bond she shared with Krishna. Some days later, she had gone to fetch some water, and as she filled the pot, it was far too heavy for her. And so from afar she saw a little boy whom she did not know was Krishna. She asked him to help her, and as he lifted the pot, he grew in size and became a young, dark, handsome man. Madhavi was face to face with the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. She could not stop looking at him. Madhavi was left in a state of shock. Her friend came and saw Madhavi sitting there. She recognized that look anywhere, a look of someone who has come face to face with Krishna. She told Madhavi whom she had seen, but Madhavi didn't believe her, for he was kind, loving, and so sweet. She wanted to see him again. Her longing for him grew, and it was making her crazy. Finally, Krishna gave her the darshan of giridhāri. He told Madhavi that in this life she will not reach him, but in the next he reassured her that her bhakti will be so strong that he would come running to her, and that she would worship him in this form as Giridhar Gopal. As Mira's parents died when she was very young, she was left in the care of her relatives. Her love for Giridhari was intense, even as a small girl. When she would sing and dance for Krishna, he would be there dancing with her. During this time, the royal family were under threat from the Mughals, and to secure the family and keep Mira safe, it would be better for her to marry as soon as possible to Prince Rana of Chittor. But, of course, for Mira, her husband was Krishna. She married him in her heart, and there was no one else. Lalita had overheard some news that Meera would marry Prince Rana of Chittor. But Meera had married Krishna. There was no one else. She realized she had no choice. mine is Gopal, the mountain holder. There is no one else. On his head, he wears the peacock crown. He alone is my husband. Father, mother, brother, relative. I have none to call my own but him.
Upon arriving at her new home, Meera immediately gets into trouble for refusing to worship their family deity, Durga. Encouraged his wife to participate in the prayer for Durga. But Meera refused. The congregation was confused, clearly judging Meera for her actions. Despite the pressure to comply to the wishes of her husband and her family, Meera stood her ground. If my heart is sold into the hands of the one who holds the mountain Govardhan, why would I bow to another? Him alone I cherish. It was now clear to the family that Meera was not willing to mold into it. For a woman at that time, this was very bold. She went beyond the family's expectations for her lord. She was clearly focused on one thing, and that was giridhāri. But Prince Rana was hopeful. He tried his best to win Meera over with all his charm. But Meera rejected all of his efforts.
दिन में तेरे लीला गासूं श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी चाकरी में दर्शन पावो सुमिरो पावन कर जी भाव भक्ति जागीरी पावो दीनो भव सरसी श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी दर्शन दीने आदि रात प्रभु दर्शन दीने प्रेम नदी ते डेरा श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी चाकर रहसो माग लगासो नितौट दर्शन पासो वृंदावन की पूज गलिन में तेरे दिल गासो श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी
Meera would escape the royal compound without permission from her husband. She would love to meet saints and ordinary people, but most importantly, her guru, Ravidas, the cobbler. Not only was he a saint of the Bhakti movement, but also a social reformer who did not believe in caste and gender division. Guru Ravidas warned Meera that she will receive a lot of criticism having him as her guru, but she just didn't care for the opinions of others. She knew that her guru was the one to fan the flame of bhakti growing in her heart. As mentioned, Meera did not care what people thought of her. But one day, she overheard people talking, wondering why Meera was not helping her guru out of poverty. After all, she was royalty, and he was an untouchable, working so hard just to survive. Hearing that, her heart melted. She thought, how could her guru suffer from poverty? She began to worry and think of a solution for her guru. Meera always carried a diamond gifted to her by her mother, so she could remember her. She thought that by giving this diamond to her guru, this would solve all his problems, and that he would not have to worry about working in order to sustain a living.
Prabhuji, 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 Prabhuji. Prabhuji, तुम चंदन हम पानी
basa samani, jaki ang basa samani. Prabhuji, you're the sandalwood and I'm the water. Just as the sandalwood fragrance is released when mixed with water, your fragrance permeates every part of my being.
Meera tried really hard to give this diamond to her guru, but he just didn't seem very interested. Hoping that he would change his mind, she left it in a specific spot.
Prabhuji, tum chandana hum pani. Prabhuji, tum chandana hum pani, pani. Jake ang basa samani. Prabhuji, tu madipaka hamabati. Jaki joti barei dinarati. Jaki joti barei dinarati. Lord, you are the lamp and I'm your wick. Together we create the flame that increases day and night. This devotee is not grounded at all.
When Meera returned to see her guru sometime later, she was disappointed to see that her guru was still in the same financial position. She noticed that Guru Ravidas had not even touched the diamond at all. It was still in the same place she had left it.
Prabhuji, 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 Prabhuji. Listen, Meera, you can have everything in the world, but there is one diamond that is the greatest of all treasure. The name of God. The world will never compare to the name of God. Always chant his name, Meera. Always.
The heart of Meera is entangled in the beauty of the feet of her guru. Nothing else causes her delight. He enabled her to be happy in the drama of the world. The knowledge he gave her dried up the ocean of being and becoming. Meera says, "My whole world is Sri Krishna. Now that my gaze has turned inward, I see it clearly."
Uddabai's distaste for Meera grew when she thought she could hear Meera talking to another man in her chambers. Reporting it back to Rana, he suspected the worst, but to find that she was only talking to her giridhāri.
Talking to? Come on, show yourself, you coward! Where is he? Krishna, of course, Krishna. You sing for Krishna, you dance with Krishna, you cry for him, you even fight with him. Everything is for Krishna. But what about me? What about me?
Krishna is here. Krishna is everywhere. Krishna is and will always be. He is eternal. But you? You are here today and gone tomorrow. My relationship with Krishna is beyond time and space. There is no limit.
With our limited minds, we see only on the outside and we judge. Such madness happens when love comes to the point of ecstasy. It is a spontaneous love directed towards the supreme reality. And so the in-laws did not understand this bhakti Mira had for giridhāri. They found her behavior offensive and increasingly more frustrating. They hear of the gossip on the streets and how the people are ridiculing the royal family.
People say she dances on the street like a mad woman.
Have you heard how the city talks about her?
They say she is like a dancing prostitute.
It is incredibly embarrassing, don't you think? She is obsessed with giridhāri. Are you not good enough for her? She has a cobbler guru, right? She won't touch meat, but she doesn't mind the guru who works with leather. How does that even make sense?
Look at me, brother. You're wise. You can see she is destroying us. She is bringing down the royal family. If you don't put her in line, she will ruin us all.
And so they decided that they will murder her. They took a rope and tried to strangle her. But it didn't work. So then, they got a bowl of fruit, and inside each fruit a sharpening blade that will cut her throat from inside once she ate it. But the blades didn't even touch her. Finally, in a basket, they placed the most poisonous snakes. As she reached inside the basket, the snake turned into a garland of flowers. And along with it came a saligram. Nothing could harm Meera, for she was forever protected by her lord, Giridhāri.
My mind is attached to Hari, the Lord who destroys sorrow. I will not be distracted from this path. I have got the teacher Ravidas. He has given me the pill of wisdom. The Lord's name has taken root in my heart. Long ago, I have given up pearl, diamond, and gold ornaments. Now, I wear the garland of tulsi beads and apply sandal paste on my forehead. The pride of the royal family is gone. Now, I have the company of saints. Daily I get up and go to the Lord's temple and dance before the Lord. Fortune has smiled on me. I have the company of saints and the shady protection of the dark-hued Lord, Krishna. I will not listen to my brother-in-law's commands. The veil is broken. I remain under the protection of the Supreme Teacher, to whom I bow down in worship. Mira's Lord is Giridhāri, the Lord who upheld the mountain, and I am liberated from the cycle of birth and death.
Mira's fame spread, and her poems reached the ears of Tanzan, a great poet who served King Akbar, a Muslim ruler. Tanzan wanted to show King Akbar the meaning of true devotion. And so, despite being an enemy of the family, they went in disguise to visit her whilst she was doing kirtan. On that day, Udabai went to see what Mira was up to and was shocked when she recognized it was the Muslim enemy who had come in disguise to see Mira.
My Lord is Giridhar Gopal, and there is no other. He wears a crown decorated with a peacock feather on his head. He is my husband.
कोई कहे कारो, कोई कहे गोरो, कोई कहे कारो, कोई कहे गोरो, लियो है अज्ञान को। कोई कहे हलको, कोई कहे पारो, हियो है तारा जो तोल।
Some say he is dark, some say he is fair, but I have accepted him with open eyes. Some say he is lightweight, some say he is heavyweight, but I have fully accepted him regardless of any scale.
मेरे तो गिरिधर गोपाल, दूसरो न कोई। मेरे तो गिरिधर गोपाल, दूसरो न कोई। जाके सर मोर मुकुटा, मेरो पति सोई।
Mira, if only King Akbar was here to witness your devotion.
Why? He is here and heard everything. King Akbar was deeply moved, and so he gave Mira a pearl necklace.
Of course, Meera was not interested in it and offered it to Giridhāri. Seeking her blessings, he touched Meera's feet.
If you want to offer love, be prepared to cut off your head and sit on it. Be like the deer, which on hearing the horn offers its head to the hunter. Be like the fish, which gives up its life when separated from the sea. Be like the bee, trapped in the closing petals of the lotus. Meera's Lord is Giridhāri. She says, offer your mind to those lotus feet.
Udabai, recognizing King Akbar, reported her findings to the family, explaining that the enemy even touched the feet of Meera. This was the final straw for Prince Rana, and they all concluded that Meera was spying. Because of this, they decided that she must die. And so, Udabai took a cup filled with poison that would cause instant death. She handed it over to Meera and told her to drink it. And so, Meera accepted the poison as prasad from Krishna. Thinking of Giridhāri, she happily drank every single drop. And so Giridhāri, forever protecting Meera, turned the poison into Amrit. And so Meera didn't die. Prince Rana felt defeated and so told Meera to get out of his sight and drown herself in the river. Meera took this as an Adesh, but just as she was about to drown herself, Krishna caught her and saved her from that moment, telling her that her duty as a wife was over and that she should go to Vrindavan and worship him in peace. Meera looked for the company of saints and sadhus, including Jiva Goswami. At first he refused to meet Meera, since he would not interact with any woman. But Meera reminded him that the Lord Sri Krishna is the only male. She had spent 12 years in Vrindavan, longing for Krishna. Her devotion was magnetic, and people would sing and dance with her. She saw Krishna in everyone and in everything.
कर बल पाड़ तर गई रे मीरा जहर के प्याला पी गए रे श्याम नाम की दूर पकड़ बल पार उतर गई रे पार उतर गई रे बाब से पार उतर गई रे पार उतर गई रे बाब से पार उतर गई रे ओ मीरा 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 जहर के प्याला पी गई रे श्याम नाम की दूर पकड़ बल पार उतर गई रे भेजो दीजो मीरो के हाथ में दाल के प्याला रानन भेजो दीजो मीरो के हाथ में कर चरणामृत पी गए रे कर चरणामृत पी गए रे हे जानो गोपाल मीरा 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 दाल के प्याला पी गए रे श्याम नाम की डोर पकड़ बल पार उतर गए मीरा दाल के प्याला पी गए रे श्याम नाम की डोर पकड़ बल पार उतर गए उतर गए रे बाब से पार उतर गए रे पार उतर गए रे बाब से पार उतर गए रे मीरा जहर के प्याला पी गए रे श्याम नाम की डोर पकड़ बल पार उतर गए रे गुंगरो मीरा बाई नचदी अटकन ताला पेरा बिच गुंगरो मीरा बाई नचदी मीरा बाई नचदी ओ मीरा बाई नचदी आहो के दीवानी प्रेम मस्तानी मीरा बाई नचदी अटकन ताला पेरा बिच गुंगरो मीरा बाई नचदी तेरे बांसुरी नो पंज सदा मोरिया तेरे बांसुरी नो पंज सदा मोरिया श्यामा कालत सखिया न गोरिया श्यामा कालत सखिया न गोरिया हट्टा काड़ ताला पेड़ बिच गुंगरो मीरा बाई नचदी हट्टा काड़ ताला पेड़ बिच गुंगरो मीरा बाई नचदी
Devotion is beyond the rules of the mind. When this level of love burns inside of one's heart, like Mirabai's, the ideas we have of what devotion is disappear. Mira had composed more than 1,300 poems and reached the age of around 85 years old. When in Dwaraka, her longing was so intense, the family had realized that Mira was no one ordinary, that she was in fact a saint. They pleaded for her to return back to the family. Turning to Krishna, she asked, what should she do? She then asked permission from the priest, who led her inside the inner sanctorum, where she finally merged into the deity, leaving behind her tampura, cartels, and the shawl which was coming out of the murti.
Madhura Manohara Gokula Madhava Mohana Murali Shama Mohana Murali Mohana Murali Mohana Murali Shama Madhura Manohara Gokula Madhava Mohana Murali Shama Mohana Murali Mohana Murali Mohana Murali Shama
Mirabai, in her endless love and devotion for her giridhāri, completely forgot about herself. She didn't think of any incident in her life as suffering. She gave herself fully, and so finally her giridhāri brought her to her eternal realm as his own bride. The Sadguru always shows us how he loves and longs for giridhāri. He is the greatest Bhakta. Love and follow in the Sadguru's words.
The one I longed for has come home. The raging fire of separation is quenched. Now I rejoice with him. I sing in bliss. The peacocks at the clouds' roar dance with unbound joy. I rejoice in ecstasy at the sight of my beloved. I am absorbed in his love. My misery of wandering in the world has ended. The lily bursts into bloom at the sight of the full moon. Seeing him, my heart blossoms in joy. Peace permeates this body of mine. His arrival has filled my home with bliss. That very Lord has become my own, who is ever the Redeemer of his devotees. Mira's heart, scorched by the blaze of separation, has become cool and refreshed. The pain of duality has vanished.
गिरिधारी लाल की ठुमक ठुमक पगा ठुमक कुंज मागा चपल चरण हरि आए
giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah viṭṭhala Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah 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 Viṭṭhala 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 Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah 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 giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala 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 giridhāri parabrahmane namah Viṭṭhala Viṭṭhala Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri parabrahmane namah Shri-viṭṭhala giridhāri
Parabrahmane Namaha Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda 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 Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda 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 Govinda Radhe Shri Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda 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 Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe
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 Radhe Radhe Radhe Radhe Radhe Govinda
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 Govinda Govinda Radhe
Radhe Radhe 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 Radhe Radhe Govinda
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 Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda, Radhe 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 Govinda, Radhe 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 Govinda.
Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Pati Dhodharana Bhakta Parayana 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 Parama Bhakta Parayana Bhakta Parayana Ravana Mardana Vigna Bhanjana Ravana Mardana Vigna Bhanjana Ravana Mardana Rajiva Lochana Ravana Mardana Rajiva Lochana Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara 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 Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara 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 Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara 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 Raghava Sundara Rama Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara 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 Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Rama Raghuvara Raghava Sundara 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 Rama Raghuvara
Radha Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha 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 Govinda Radhe Radhe Everybody Radhe Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha 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 Govinda Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Shri viṭṭhala giridhāri Para Brahmane Namaha Shri viṭṭhala Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Together. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. 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 Shri Radha. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. 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 Oh, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, oh, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe, 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 Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe.
जय जय श्री राधे।
Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe.
Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe, Krishna Mara Mohana, Murali Kara Krishna, Krishna Mara Mohana, Murali Kara Krishna, Krishna Mara Mohana, Murali Kara Krishna, Murali Kara Krishna, Radhe Meri Radhe, Krishna Meri 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 Krishna, 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 Meri Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe, Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe, Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe, 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 Krishna Mara Mohana, Murali Dhara Krishna, Krishna Mara Mohana, Murali Dhara Krishna, Radhe Meri Radhe, Krishna Meri Krishna, Radhe Meri Radhe, Krishna Meri Krishna, Radhe Meri Radhe, Krishna Meri Krishna, Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Oh Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai Shri Radhe. Krishna Manamohana Murali Hara Krishna Radhe Meri Radhe Krishna Mere Krishna Shri Radhe Krishna Kanhaiya Lal ki Jai.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Jai Radha Ramana 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 Hari Jai Radha Ramana Jai Jai Radha Raman Hari Haribo Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Oh, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Oh, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol.
Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha.
Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri Viṭṭhala giridhāri Parabrahmane Namaha. Shri Viṭṭhala Parabrahmane
से मन का स्वामी दुख विनाशे मन का सुख संपत्ति का रहावे सुख संपत्ति का रहावे काष्ठमिते धन का ओम जय जगदीश हरे माता पिता तुम मेरे शरण ग्रहों में किसकी स्वामी शरण ग्रहों में किसकी तुम बिना और न दूजा तुम बिना और न दूजा आशा करूं मैं जिसकी ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम पूर्ण परमात्मा तुम अंतर्यामी स्वामी तुम अंतर्यामी पर ब्रह्म परमेश्वर पर ब्रह्म परमेश्वर तुम सबके स्वामी ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम करुणा के सागर तुम पालन करता स्वामी तुम पालन करता मैं सेवक तुम स्वामी मैं सेवक तुम स्वामी कृपा करो बरता ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम हो एक गोचर सबके प्राणपति स्वामी सबके प्राणपति किस विधि मिलो दया मया किस विधि मिलो कृपा तुमको मैं कुमति ओम जय जगदीश हरे दीन बंधु दुख हरता तुम रक्षक मेरे स्वामी तुम रक्षक मेरे करुणा हाथ बढ़ाओ करुणा हाथ बढ़ाओ करण परा तेरे ओम जय जगदीश हरे विषय विकार मिटाओ पाप हरो देवा स्वामी पाप हरो देवा सदा भक्ति बढ़ाओ सदा प्रेम बढ़ाओ संतन की सेवा ओम जय जगदीश हरे तन मन धन सब है तेरा स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा तेरा तुझको अर्पण तेरा तुझको अर्पण क्या लागे मेरा ओम जय जगदीश हरे ओम जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे सजनों के संकट का सजनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे ओम जय जगदीश हरे मन चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी मन चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी चाकर राखो चाकर राखो चाकर राखो जी चाकर राखो चाकर राखो चाकर राखो जी माने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गोविंद मने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी चाकर राखो चाकर राखो चाकर राखो रे चाकर राखो चाकर राखो चाकर राखो जी माने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी श्याम मने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला चाकर राखो जी गोविंद मने चाकर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला 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 Karanath Guruji. Tvameva Mata Cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhuscha Sakha Tvameva Tvameva Vidyam Dravinam Tvameva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityoma Amritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Om Shanti 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 Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Prem se bolo Shri Lakshmi Narayana Bhagavan ki Jai Shri Bhutanath Narasimha Bhagavan ki Jai Bolo Radha Krishna Kanhaiya Lal ki Jai Shri Mata Kriya Babaji ki Jai Shri Ramanujacharya ki Jai Prem se bolo Satgurudeva Shri Swami Vishwananda Mahaprabhu ki Om Klim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopi Chandravallabhaya Paraya Parama Purushaya Parakarma Mantraya Tantra Ushadastra Sustrani Samaraya Samaraya Vrityo Mochaya Mochaya Om Namo Bhagavate Mahasudashanaya Nirti Jwala Prataya Saradik Shamna Humpat Parashme Parabrahmane Parajyotishe Swaha Om Purnamidam Purnamidam Purnam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Venkatramana Govinda Gopika Divanaspharanam Govinda Bhakta Govinda 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 Gola Pundalika Valade Ekkanatha Namde Gola Pandarinatha Maharaja ki Rukmini Maharani ki Samasta Bhakta Mandali ki Alva Ekkaramana Tidubari Kale Namo Parvati Pataye Har 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 Mahadev
Happy New Year to all of you. I pray that your devotion and love and your surrender to Guru and Bhagwan become more strong inside of you. And like I said, it's not just a year changing all these things, no, but you have to have that willingness also. You are getting old, and this is a fact. And if you don't find God in this life, you will never find it in another life. So better you find it in this life itself. Get His darshan, make your life full, and achieve the goal of your life itself. Jai Gurudev, all of you. Giridhāri Lal ki. Narasimha Bhagwan ki jai. I think we have to go out. There is fireworks.